Well, it does.
Like what?
Like, if
It
you
does
can't
what?
explain your God to me, then how can I lack belief or believe in it?
Well, bro, the Christian God. Okay, do you believe in Jesus?
If you can't
No.
demonstrate the existence of something, why would I believe it does exist?
No, like I'm asking you.
And I'm
Um.
responding.
Okay, so
Don't you need
first
substance
thing,
for the things that you believe in? Because I need substance for the things I believe in.
there's the Bible. Okay,
Yeah, I don't care
so
about books. Is this book study or something? You think I'm concerned about whether
okay, you
books
don't
exist
believe
or
in.
not?
Okay, history books is the same
Yeah,
as
I
the
don't care about
Bible. You
books.
believe, but you believe in history,
No, you're not getting it.
uh
You're not getting it.
the
I don't care
okay.
about books. If I'm asking you to prove something exists, I'm not asking you about a book. So I'm not asking you. I'm not shitting
Okay,
on books. I'm not
so
asking you about books. Do you understand that?
yeah, so Jesus is an historical figure. Okay,
Yeah,
is
no, I
that right?
disagree with that. No, it's not. Well, it's a historical figure the same way that Perseus is a historical figure. Do you believe that Perseus existed? The son of Zeus that flew on the back of the Pegasus,
No,
slew
no,
the Gorgon
Jesus
Medusa?
really existed.
Yeah, and
Like
so did
he is
Perseus.
a realist.
So did Perseus. I'm going to say so did Perseus.
No, Perseus.
Yeah,
No,
Perseus was
No,
real in the exact same way that Jesus was real, in the exact same way.
no, Jesus
no.
really existed,
Nope,
but
Jesus has nothing that Perseus doesn't have. Perseus has got followers. Perseus has got, accounts of his existence. Perseus has got everything that
I'm not
Jesus has got.
talking about powers. I'm not
Jesus had
talking about
persecutors,
powers.
right? Well, Perseus had persecutors. People killed people who believed in the Greek pantheon. You guys are deluded. You're coming at me like you know your particular religion, some proven fact, and all the other religions are retarded. Guess what all the other religious people do? Exactly what you do. They do exactly the same thing. They provide
No, the
all the
fact is
same
that
evidence. They use all the same
yes.
arguments. You have
Wait.
nothing to separate yourself from fiction. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Okay.
You got a
The
book.
fact
That's great.
is, if
I'm
you
not
let me
done.
talk,
I'm
you
not done.
fucking idiot.
You'll be able to
No,
talk.
no, wait.
You'll be able to talk.
No, no.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
we are talking about.
Yeah. See? I said you'll be able to talk, but it's not when you tell me to shut up. So I've asked you like 3 times and you've gotten us nowhere in this conversation. Now, if you're unable to prove the existence of the God thing, just say that. Stop pretending that books prove stuff. They don't.
Okay. So, I'm atheist. Okay. But I was
So you're
just
retarded?
trolling. I
Is
don't
that what
believe
you're
in God.
saying? You're retarded?
No, I'm atheist.
Yeah, atheism is retarded.
yeah, what are you?
No.
I'm a guy shitting on both theism and atheism.
Yeah, what do you believe in?
I believe atheism is fucking retarded and Dan is an atheist.
Yeah, what
Are
do
you
you believe in?
Hey man.
What do you believe in? If you don't believe
Hey.
in God, if you don't believe in.
Why do you guys think over talking me is appropriate? Do you guys do that? Is that what you just go around rooms, ask people questions, and when they answer, you just over talk them? Dan, you had your chance. You trolled. Now you get
Talking
to sit there and
about
shut
us.
up. Now P.S.
Oh,
P.S. You're muted, right? Because you two knuckle draggers think you could just come into my room and over talk me. I got to show you that you can't. And the more you try to act like you could do that, the more I'm going to show you that you can't. So we're at an impasse. It's your ego. We're at an impasse. I didn't go to you. You came to me, so you follow my rules. I don't have to follow your rules. So where are we at in the conversation is you guys are accusing me of an atheist because you think we're on the same team, but I would never align myself with 2 fucking morons like you. So can you demonstrate the existence of atheism being true? Can you do that? Can you show that atheism is true? Or are you going to do the same blathering, incoherent nonsense that your boyfriend Dan here did? Is that what you're going to do? Well, let me see it. Let me see your argument for atheism being true. I can't. It is physically impossible for me to overtalk you. That is not a possibility. And if you don't understand how that's the case, then it's your ego in the way. No, it's physically impossible for me to overtalk you in my own goddamn room. I can't do that. You understand you're in my personalized chat room, right? This isn't your chat room. It's not somebody else's chat room. Yeah. So I can't overtalk people in my own chat room. It's my chat room to talk, not your chat room to talk. Right? People come here to listen to me, not you. Right? Not many people. Not trying to say I'm a big boy here. I'm just saying, when people come into this chat room, it's to hear me because it's my chat room. Yes, my room, my rules. I don't know why this has to be such a controversial subject with you guys, right? That you're in my little fiefdom. Yeah. Like, how long does this take for your brain to computate, for your ego to catch up, to realize that you're not in control so that you don't have to throw your ego at me and then I don't have to beat it down? I mean, that's the only reason that you guys are muted is because you came in here with the mindset to troll, right? Because you're a couple of knuckle dragging retards. That's what's going on here. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's not a single respectful comment coming out of either two years dick suckers. Not one. You're just a couple of shit talking retards. Dude, Dan, we're done. You're a lying, disingenuous sack of shit. You came in here acting like a theist. You lied. So that's it. It's done with you. You're here. Look, this is what I mean. Like, that retard's dead to me, right? Now it's up to you, PS. Do you want to be dead to me too? Or do you want to go hang out with your boyfriend? Go hang out with your boyfriend. You'll probably have a good time. You'll have to learn shit hanging out with me. I'm boring. But like, I don't know what universe you're from, but in this universe, when you go to people and you lie to them and then you act like a fucking moron and then you treat them like shit, yeah, this is what happens. They just shit right back on you. All right, whore, let's go. Prove it. All right, I'm going to take your inability to start proving it as an exemplar that you can't prove it. I wink at Wreck Nerd. Wow.
What are you saying?
Nothing.
Hello?
Sup, perv?
Hello, how are you?
Doesn't matter. Can you prove the existence of the God thing?
Of the God thing?
Yeah.
Why are you so hostile?
All right.
Maybe
can
you
leave.
need God.
You can leave.
I think you need God.
Why are you being so hostile when you're asked to leave?
You have so bad morals.
Okay, so I asked you twice to leave because you thought I was hostile and you couldn't do that because you lack executive function. So as your handler, I'm going to decide for you that you can't prove it. So you're raging over my rage. Therefore, I win. Get Regner.
get you up yet?
Do what?
Um, did you know Tupac's murder trial's on right now?
No. You got
Yeah, 30 years later. The opening statements.
Well, well, well. Look who came back.
I know. It's been a while.
No shit,
Luckily,
it's-
those of us with our memories remember.
You remember all the things I've ever said. And you're gonna weaponize it against me.
Oh wow, this fucking guy.
Well,
I know, right?
I'm still lost in your VR fighter jet shit, man.
Guys, lighten it up.
How's you finish your deadline for the research stuff?
Luckily, the interview or the debate got pushed back, so I have a little bit more time than I got another YouTuber doing some research for me as well. So I
Yeah, I
got a little
watched
bit more time.
I watched the documentary for the. Actually, I watched 3 things. I watched the EDP thing, and I watched Otter, the Otter thing.
The Utterly Noah, yeah. The
Yeah, I
Utterly
watched-
Noah one's just more funny than anything.
and sad. It's kind of both.
Yeah. The EDP one is just like aggravating because Gideon because now I got a full archive of a server, so I don't really need to be in there anymore, but I'm still in that server just to see what's going on. But when you're doing like pedophile catching content and you have a face reveal section, you allow 13-year-olds in your server and they're posting their face in the server, and you invited EDP to your own Discord server who's like a pedophile. Like that's just, I mean, it's like a pedophile buffet. You could just like go into the face reveal section and just pick whatever kid you want, right? So it's pretty gross.
That's why I don't let my kids play Roblox.
Shouldn't. Horrible platform.
Wait, so Otter's like gating the minors to do like he does the content
No.
for.
No. That's just like a completely separate drama.
But yeah, that's
I'm
dumb.
referring to the predator catchers like EDP, or with the EDP situation.
I mean, they had their Chris Hansen moment, that's for sure.
They've had quite a few of their Chris Hansen moments. These guys are just completely retarded, insane. I mean, like, can the EDP one's like genuinely gross because they used a 15-year-old to try to catch a pedophile, which is just fucking nuts, insane. I don't know why they.
Are they
thought that
the
was a good
real
idea.
one?
Yeah, they were using a real 15-year-old. That was Kayla Hoskins in the documentary.
Wow. Yeah, I like the little like what is it, the reenactment actor?
Yeah. Yeah, that's apparently. So a good friend of mine named Nick Andros, he had asked Mike Klum, the guy who made the documentary, how many terabytes he has of the the actor jerking off, and he said terabytes worth of footage. So it's just.
Or he just
I thought it
chose
was
the right. He just chose the golden one, the golden flubber moment.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, that's how. As an editor, I like having that. What is it? I think the working amount is like 7-1. Healthy 7-1. Well, I guess doable is 7-1. Healthy's 10-1.
Yeah.
Hello.
I haven't done that in a minute.
Hello.
Well,
You want to cook shoot?
I'm a little bit rusty.
Is
Do it for old time's sake.
What are you guys
I'm
doing?
a rusty guy.
Oh,
Can you prove it, Rice and Peas?
are you all atheists?
Only I.
That's retarded.
Only you're an atheist, and the rest of you
Only I.
I'm a theist.
theist.
I believe in shit I can prove.
So agnostic. And the other one?
Well,
Nerd?
agnostic is intellectual laziness.
Well, so are you
okay.
polling the room to avoid
Why
border
is
customs,
agnostic
Rice?
intellectual laziness?
You're not answering direct questions, Rice.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you because you were talking at the same time as me.
What question did I ask you?
I said I couldn't hear you because you were talking at the same time as me.
No, you weren't.
Maybe I have lag. I couldn't hear you.
Do you believe that God exists in reality?
Do I believe that God exists? I'm agnostic.
That pertains to whether you have good reasons, not whether you believe a God exists or not.
I cannot say that he is there. I cannot say that he is not there because I can't prove anything.
So it means you don't hold it to be true? There's nothing in your metaphorical hands?
What do you mean? I can't remember. Not holding it to be true. Okay, let me think about it.
What did you consider?
Santa Claus. um,
You can't tell if Santa Claus is real?
because what is God? Which God? Like, what does God mean exactly? God in the spiritual sense, in the scientific sense, like, what do you mean by that? I don't know. I'm not sure. There's no evidence of it. A creator? If God is a creator in your eyes, then I don't think that there was a creator. I don't think anyone created anything. If you're meaning like an original energy source, an original power that created everything else in that sense of creation, like iterations of something, then yeah, sure. But what did that first cause look like? Was it just us? I don't know. I don't know.
What? What do you mean by source?
First cause argument. Big Bang? What's like the Big Bang? You tell me. What's like the Big
What
Bang?
is your impression of
I asked you a direct question. You're not
the
answering it.
Big Bang as a first?
What we think it is, we think it was two masses that rotated, and rotated. Boom, Big Bang, expansion, blah blah blah. Helium,
Where
hydrogen,
are you getting that
boom.
from?
Science.
Like
Two
what science?
particles. There's lots of theories about the Big Bang, but the most accepted one is there was two particles. They rotated, and it brought
Where
in
are you
everything
getting this
else.
from?
Yeah, I've never
Am I
heard that
wrong?
before. Yeah.
Did you have a
How
scientific
am I wrong?
paper, like a year or something? A year and author?
Why don't you just correct me rather than, coming for me like that? Let's have a
Well,
conversation.
But
Tell
do
me
you
I'm wrong.
even
Well, I'm
believe
just
any of this
wondering
stuff?
where that's
Is
coming from.
it worth correcting though? Is the problem? Like, do you have a vested interest in this knowledge or something?
Okay, I'll have a look at it. Let me look it up.
Well, I mean, you don't have to look it up. I'm just asking, is this Big Bang stuff critical to your discussion of a God thing?
It's called the two-particle cosmology theory.
Okay, so you don't answer questions, do you? When you're ready to start answering questions, you can let me know in side chat, and then I'll start being able to hear your voice again. I didn't ask if you can answer questions. You don't listen well, do you? I asked to let me know when you're going to start answering questions. Like, conversations will take, like, well, think about it like a multiplier. Like, however obstinate you are, that's how much longer by a multiplier the conversation will take. I'm not being cruel. You're being an asshole by not engaging in a room like this. You're just like here on a stage.
The
You think you're on a
server is
stage.
run by IDS feds. This server.
Like, you're not on a stage. So get off your soapbox and start engaging with us.
Okay.
So, what's that?
You understand
I
the
don't know. I'm
question that
waiting
was
for the
asked to you?
question.
It was already
Could
asked
you ask
twice,
it again?
lady.
Oh my god.
Can you not talk to me like that? It's not nice, right?
Can you
And then could
start
you ask it
listening
again?
and I won't do this.
Yeah, but
Right.
if I don't
It's
listen,
it's
you don't have to be
reciprocal.
rude.
It's reciprocal. So you've already
I'm
been
not being rude to
obstinate.
you. Don't
So
be
you've
rude to
already
me.
so
Okay?
you've just do this. You've already been obstinate, which means you've changed my previous attitude to this attitude. Now what you're going to have to do is be not obstinate. When I observe that behavior, I'll treat you differently.
Could you ask the question again? And can you not
Certainly.
talk down to me like I'm a piece of shit?
Oh
Thank
my
you.
fucking God. You will be spoken down to until you give me a reason. Otherwise, you've given me a reason to speak down to you. Is that clear? You lost like Mr. Nice Guy when you were obstinate. When you began being obstinate. That's when Mr. Nice Guy told him, I told him to go fuck himself, right? He fucked up. Every time he comes up, I tell him to shut the fuck up, right? I end up saying that anyway because the people that I talk to get emotionally charged. They hear this voice and they get triggered and they don't want to fucking engage, right? Like I can just do something. I could just change who I am for some stranger. I'm not going to do that. So you have executive function, Rice. That executive function says to you that you could either stay here and answer my questions and engage like a goddamn adult, or continue to act like a child until I moderate your ass out of the room, or here's where the executive function comes in. Click the disconnect button. If you don't think you're going to change your attitude because you're triggering me, your attitude's triggering me. If you don't have any intention of changing that, click the disconnect button. So I've asked you the question twice. I was about to ask it a third time, right? I unmuted you so that you could talk and all that shit. But now you're spamming inside chat. Here, hold on. Let me just get rid of this guy who wants to spam and he's not even involved in the conversation because he's useless. Okay, now Rice, I need your attention. I'm not just screaming at you. I'm trying to talk to you. Do I have your attention? Do I have your attention?
Hello? You've got my attention, but
okay.
I just
Okay.
just ask the question again.
I've got your attention. So I'm gonna ask the question. Now, what I need you to do is participate. If you answer this question, I'll be able to change the way I'm treating you. I'm not gonna fucking change the way that I treated you because that bit me in the ass. That's already bit me in the ass. So here's the fucking question again. Is this discussion about the Big Bang critical to your current understanding of whatever you think God is? Because if it's not, then I don't want to waste any time discussing something that is not critical to what you hold as true.
Yes, it is.
Okay, what
The
is it
reason
that
why I
you need
didn't
to know
answer-
about the Big Bang then?
The reason why I didn't answer the first time because I was reading up about the Big Bang, right?
Do that on your
And I
own
was
time.
telling no, because it's important to the discussion.
No,
Because I was
it's
trying
not.
to say that my ideas about the Big Bang is the idea that there were two particles.
Not if you have to look it up. If you have to look it up, then it's obviously
my
not
God.
critical to what you currently hold as true. Because you would have to go look that up to figure out what you currently hold as true, right? So that would be a contradiction. So no, you don't need to go look some stuff up to answer the type of questions that I'm asking you.
That's incorrect. Somebody in the chat asked me to prove it and to tell
logically, what I
what
just said
the
is
theory was.
necessary.
No, somebody asked me to tell them
'cause I'm
what the
polling
theory
in-
was.
I'm asking you about your currently held belief, and now you're doing this meta analysis of shit. I don't care about meta, lady. That's you being obstinate. That's why I'm not treating you with respect, because you're being obstinate. You're talking about things I'm not mentioning. Focus. Do you understand what it means to hold a belief and then tell someone, in order for you to answer questions about what you believe is true, you got to put the conversation on pause, go do some research? That's a performative contradiction right there.
So what do you want me to say exactly? What are you looking for exactly?
I want to know what deeply is the concern with the Big Bang that you have. It's obviously not something you have to go
So my
look up.
ideas, I'm going to tell you, my ideas of the universe is that there was a first cause. Okay?
Okay,
And I
where
think that
in
first
reality
cause,
did you get this notion? Because my understanding of reality,
oh my
it
God.
is a dynamic universe. There is no stasis. Stasis is not real. And you're saying that stasis begets motion.
Can you stop shouting at me, please?
You're saying stasis begets motion. That's what you're arguing right now, that no motion to motion. We don't observe that anywhere in reality. You're making it up.
I don't know what you mean by stasis to motion.
So causes, functions, processes, dynamics, interrelationships. These are qualities of the reality that you live in. When you look at literally any system, you're going to find those. And you're saying, hey, even though all the system says dynamic, I'm going to assert at the very beginning, which is a nonsense statement in this dynamic world, you're going to say at the very beginning, there was no motion and no dynamics.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That is exactly what you're arguing. You're not
I
using
said
those
that there
words,
is
but
a
that's yeah, first cause.
I said
First cause, causation itself. So dynamic system. Causal relations are dynamic systems. So causal relations equals a dynamic system. So no causal relations, no dynamics, zero dynamics. So you're going from a zero dynamic system to an all dynamic system with
But then you didn't hear what I said.
with literally zero evidence.
Can you stop? Can you listen to what I'm saying, please?
I am totally listening to what you're saying. The problem is that when I talk, you're not listening to me. You're on a soapbox, and while I'm analyzing and addressing your claim, you're talking about no dynamic system to a dynamic system, and I'm asking, what is your epistemic bridge to make that claim?
I said that it could be a circular thing. If you listen to me earlier,
you're not listening to my question.
Said that
the reason I'm shouting is because I'm getting frustrated at your dumb ass. So I'll finish on my stream here. What I was asking this fucking invalid, right, you could go back on the stream, is what in reality, what thing did she interact with that told her no dynamic system's even possible? But in her derpological fucking worldview here, because it's standing on a platform of a fucking script, she's not able to answer that question. She's a Muslim, right? She's just in here lying about her agnosticism to try to trick people into Islam. That's all she was. Warzone showing up in the room is indicative of that. See, I go out on a limb just the other day and I say, hey, I posted a video that was a good conversation with a Muslim, but 100% of the rest of the conversations was like that. They come in here, they lie about their position, gaslight you into talking about science so that you'll say you don't know. Then they'll start positing, inquisitive questions about the nature of reality and how Islam is the answer they'll eventually get to. They're filthy, they're lying, they're manipulative, they're disgusting.
I see the people in the server haven't changed at all.
Not even a tiny little bit.
Not referring to you. I'm just referring to the people that joined this part of the server.
No, they're vile people, man. They're liars and manipulators. That's what most of the server is filled with. That's why I'm not going to treat someone with respect and then they get all obstinate and then I have to get aggravated. And then when I'm aggravated, then they want to act like they're the ones trying to engage. Fuck you. Fuck you. You had that opportunity right up front when you got all obstinate and shit. That's when I started being a dick. Like, if you can't fucking see that that's what happened. Look, this is all you got to do. Start engaging and answering the questions. Show that you're not being obstinate. Show that you fucked up and your obstinate was this transient glitch that you had. You didn't realize that you were in a discussion room and you fucked up, right? And then get back on task and start answering questions. And then I'll be like, okay, so maybe this person does want to engage. But if you're just going to persistently be obstinate, yeah, fuck you. I'm going to persistently treat you like fucking garbage.
Right.
Like what like an initial vile thing to do is lie about your philosophy. I'm just an agnostic. But hold on, I've got all these questions and premises that always lead to the question that God's real. These assholes never come at you with God's not real questions. Curious questions, just like when you just look at this thing, it's like it's give me the indication that God's not real, right? Would 50% their attitude? But you never get that 50%. It's 100% of the time people like that got all these questions that lean towards God's existence, and they're kind of 50-50 on the situation. But if you look at their data sheet, it's 100% evidence for the existence of God. That's not how that works. What that means is that you're a liar, right? You're lying. You're misrepresenting the data. Your data, the way your data is presented, is that all you have is evidence for the existence of God. That's it. So you should conclude, based on your model here, God's existence. You should be doing that, but you're not. You're coming at me trying to lead me by the fucking nose to answer all the questions on your script so that I say it. And I think I came to that conclusion. Like, do you guys not see how easy it is to see your manipulative tricks? It works on people whose brain's been malnourished, both cognitively and actually, in like third world underdeveloped countries or something like that. It doesn't work on people whose brain's been filled with nutrition and mimetics. Like, that shit just doesn't work.
What I've been challenging them a lot recently with is, if we're going to say what something is, we got to be able to say what it isn't, right? So what God isn't. And that usually hangs them up pretty fucking good. Because it just shows how ambiguous the term actually is, right?
Yep. Can't tell me a thing's not there and then when I ask you, okay, well, what is the thing? Tell me, you don't know. You don't know what the thing is that you're saying ain't there? You sure?
That's why I always call agnosticism, true agnosticism, intellectual laziness, right? Like, we're all given a brain, let's think.
I just hate the dishonesty. Because it just takes out all desire to want to have a conversation with these people. Because they'll just lie. They'll just lie and say whatever the fuck they have to say. Because the whole time, she's preaching Islam. Let's be fucking honest. She was a Muslim. There was no agnostic in this room. That did not happen. All right, Cam, you're up. Let's go. Yeah, that's right. Get wrecked, nerd. Good.
Absolutely dominant.
Another W. How's the reworking of one of my old arguments, Buggy?
I didn't make too much headway past what we had here. I could post it in a sec. Yeah, I'm doing turn based, so I could just tab.
Have you heard the new version of my God box, Dan?
Not, no.
That shows the problem of semantics. You ever heard of the problem of semantics?
Can't say I have, no.
Some bullshit I invented. I'm calling it the hard problem of semantics, where so the idea would be, or is, that you have ontology and you have epistemics, and those guys are in a relationship. Epistemics references ontology. Ontology is the basis for our epistemics. Now, semantics is going to be used to convey the epistemics, right? We use words to convey the meaning we have in our head about our epistemic model. We use words to do that. So because we're using words to do that, we can mistake a purely epistemic or a purely semantic model. So like a fiction, take a Harry Potter, for example, is purely a semantic world, right? There's no epistemics in Harry Potter. There's just ideas, imagination, definitions, right? Prescribed meanings and stuff, like what's a wizard, right? What are these things, right? We're using it in a semantic sense. When we're describing our epistemics, we're drawing from that same lexicon, that same meaning linguistic lexicon to describe the epistemic model. But we get conflated between the two because we draw upon semantics to explain our epistemics. We can trick ourselves into not needing an epistemic prior or a proper epistemic prior, that we can use a semantic notion as an epistemic prior if we're not rigorous enough to make sure that we're not differentiating a purely semantic model from an epistemic model where semantics is being used to represent the epistemics. Because I could say the dog is running up the street both semantically and epistemically, and they don't mean the same thing. Semantically, it could mean epistemically. But if it's purely semantic, then you wouldn't expect there to be a street, a dog running. You wouldn't expect those behaviors because it's purely semantic, meaning I'm just giving a meta description of an idea. I'm just using words to convey an idea. Whereas in the other statement, a dog is running up the street, that is an epistemic representation of an ontological aspect, right? There's this animal moving on a thing, right? There's this thing happening, and I'm drawing from the semantic world to describe the specific thing. And so that's the map that I'm drawing of the territory, the dog running up the street, the territory. So my map is a semantic representation, right? It's a symbolic representation of my epistemic model. That's what the semantics is. So I take what is a cognitive understanding, a dog doing a thing, right? I take this cognitive understanding, this visceral sensation, and then I have an epistemic model, which is my understanding of this animal doing an action. And then to represent that for you, I construct the statement in linguistics, the dog is running up the street. But that is a symbolic representation for the epistemic model. You see what I'm saying? And so
yeah,
the modification to my God box is to show someone that, and so you know about me like using beavers and shit all the time?
Yeah, I recall, yeah.
Yeah. So I put a beaver in the box, in the God box, it's sealed. And then I put the box at, my interlocutor's feet, and I'm standing there with them. And I say, okay, I do the same setup. I put an animal, or I put a thing in the box. I give them the description of the box so that they know they can't know. And then I say, I'm about to, and I preface it this way. I say, I'm about to ask you what's in the box. But before I ask you what's in the box, I want you to know that I give you full semantic access. Any word in any language ever spoken at any time, anywhere in all reality, you can use any word you want to describe the thing in the box. What's in the box, right? And I preface it that way so that they know what I'm challenging here. I'm challenging their ability to rely upon semantics to convey a thought about what's inside this box, that semantics is never going to get you there. And then to illustrate the contradiction that I like to bring in, the absent in experience, everything you say about an object is going to be a non sequitur. This analogy draws upon that, because I could say, we could have the discussion, they could show that the semantics isn't going to, and I could say, okay, well, let me tell you what's in the box. But before I do, all I need you to do is to stop me when I use a word you don't already know. So when you already have the semantic notion in your brain, just let me keep talking. But when I use a word that wasn't already previously in your brain, stop me. And so I start spieling off the fucking definition of the beaver, large rodent of the genus Castor having sharpened sides, blah, blah, blah. And, there may be interruption at the word genus and Castor, right? But the rest of the definition, they'll admit that they had all those words before the box lid was open, and they, you know, they could see the object, and they'll see that upon observation of the object, the semantic references that their brain appeals to go from a near infinite set to a very limited set of semantic references that your brain will use. It'll use words like flat tail, large incisors, webbed hind feet. These are the notable characteristics that we give to descriptive definitions, showing that absent the experience or the box being open. And so then I say right there, I say, okay, now let's time travel. Let's go back to before the lid was open. But now that you know there's a beaver in the box, you know that now outside of the hypothetical, but your former you in the hypothetical still doesn't know what's in the box. And if your former hypothetical self guessed that in the box is a large rodent of the genus Castor having sharp incisors, blah, 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 I'd say that's a non sequitur. That doesn't logically follow from the absence of the observation in the box. That the only way and the reason that you can now represent and push back that you know what's in the box and that that's not a non sequitur is because you now know what's in the box. It's been revealed to you, and your cognitive biases are having a difficult time putting that on the shelf so that you could properly represent the previous ontological status of the thing in the box, to know that at that time your statement, though accurate, you won the Powerball of your description, is still a non sequitur because it doesn't logically follow. It wouldn't logically follow, not yet. Not until the box is open. And the moment it does, then it does logically follow that it's a large rodent of the genus Castor. So whether you're right or you're wrong, your statement about the ontology, absent your experience, which would allow your epistemic bridge, means that your statement's a non sequitur, both positive claims and their negation. So if I say it is a beaver or it is not a beaver, both of those statements do not logically follow, even though in a meta-analysis we know there's a beaver in the box, because we're dealing with correspondence theory here. And if it's true that correspondence theory is a statement that corresponds to the state of affairs, right? If that's true, then you need the state of affairs in this equation to determine truth. Absent that, you don't have a truth model, and you're being presented with what your brain is thinking is a proposition, right? You have these words, this dog is running up the street. This has got to be a proposition. It sounds propositionally, right? That's because you've allowed your brain to use a purely semantic representation for a valid epistemic prior. That you're thinking, you're analyzing the state of affairs about the notion of a dog running up the street, not realizing that you're not analyzing a state of affairs, you're analyzing a semantic representation.
I feel like this is like a Schrodinger's cat of semantics.
Somebody tried to say that shit, and I see what they're kind of trying to say, because what we're not dealing with in this per se is the actual ontological status. We're dealing with the justification one uses in their allegation or their claim that they have a valid epistemic model. If they make claims about reality absent an experience, then I'm saying by this epistemic model, your epistemic model is invalid because you're making a claim absent the experience, which is going to entail the contradictions. Because if I can't say that it is or isn't a beaver, both statements being in their own right non sequiturs means they're not true. It's a non sequitur that it's a beaver in the box, so it's not true. But it's also a non sequitur the statement it's not a beaver in the box. That's also not true. So you have both the affirmation and the negations being not true. This is why I'm saying that even though you think you understand the proposition God, you don't. It's just gaslighting. And through this epistemic model here, you can clearly see that it wouldn't matter if you're right or wrong about your proposition God, since you're not appealing to reality. You're not pointing at it in any way that would allow the ontological status to justify the epistemics. That the reason that we're stuck here so much is because our cultures have accepted pure semantics, a pure semantic representation, no justification of ontology at all, but let's just fill in all the gaps, even the epistemic prior, with pure semantics, and then pretend we're not doing it, because they are pretending they're not doing it. They don't have a valid epistemic bridge. They don't have an epistemic prior. They don't have epistemics. They just have semantics. They're telling a story, a fiction is what they're telling you, but they're using the modality of reality. They're trying to say that there is a dog, there is a street, and that dog is running. This is why people get confused at why you could say the dog is running up the street and then me say that's cognitively meaningless. It's cognitively meaningless because technically you don't convey cognition with words. You symbolically represent cognition with words.
Right. Yeah, no, it makes sense.
But that's like the new modification to my God box, dude. It's been pretty successful so far.
That's pretty great. I like it.
Yeah, I think this is the condensed. I think this is as condensed as they can get, but maybe the angle of approach might be. I'm wondering if this is the angle of approach we'd want to even take, right? Because it's like the way I kind of rephrased it does kind of box it into like talking about this inspiration conversation. I don't think you can get around like subjectivity.
Just have an
It's
issue
like,
with the P2 wording because I mean, like the thought of existing, like I don't like existing is like a priori, like I told you in DMs, right? So like I feel like if you hold to the cogito, you kind of like defeat P2.
what do you mean?
Well, like you don't really need inspiration to know that things exist, right?
Well, you're your own source of inspiration in this regard. Your existence inspires you to say that you exist.
Well, I feel like the whole thing though is that existence is like an objective thing, right? So like I don't think that you need inspiration to know that things exist that are like the notion that things exist.
Hold
right?
on, you're
So
equivocating.
it's just like, am I?
Yeah, you're right that you're right. Technically, that's why I say you're equivocating. You're right that existence doesn't require us, right, to think and all that. But to know propositions is different than existence itself. To know existence is not existence.
Here.
It's not to say what you were saying was right or wrong, your conclusion. I'm just pushing back on the idea that the inspiration is a non-factor because of that equivocation. I'm not sure about either one of your arguments. I'm just saying that there's a difference between existence as a brute fact, which I agree that it's just existence, and then our knowledge of existence. That's clearly two different things for me.
Well, I'm just like looking at the argument that Mogi's like rewording here, and it's just like for some reason I'm just not liking P2 the way that it's worded.
I am mutating it quite a bit, and P2 is going to be the hang up for sure for the conversation. Which is why it's like I think that's where like the unsettlement comes from. It's like this is not necessarily what you want to be bringing to the table, maybe.
Unless you're addressing somebody else's subjective morals claim or something, I don't know. I think you can clearly see with the difference of with subjective and objective, the problem that you're having is that there's no such thing as subjective or objective morals. There's a subjective and objective are both at play in the discussion of morals. So it's to concede that there's so as I describe morals are codes, rules, ethics, codified things is morals. Morality is how we get those, how we do. It's the ability of those. Where they come from is from our ability that we act in a way because of our abilities, and we call that morality. Our conclusions about that is our morals. And so I don't think you can separate those two, that morals are just the codifications of the behaviors of monkeys. That's what morals are. And so you could say they're subjective, but the problem is just like with chess, that we say these are the rules, but those are objectively the fucking rules of chess. So they're subjectively founded that we don't want pawns to do crazy moves. So we just, by our own analysis, decided this is what we wanted. But once they're codified, they have a sense of objectivity. Not a full sense of objectivity, but there is an objective sense now that we have rules of engagement, goals, things like that. And with the argument, it seems like it's trying to separate out two different kinds of morals. And I think all morals are the same type of morals. You're just getting into like, are some morals better than other morals?
Well, the
Well, it's like-
original argument was to tackle the idea of whether like the monotheist would believe that like a being with a mind could create absolute truths, or like be a truth maker of moral claims without it being the subject itself.
Yeah, that's just a category error. They're making a category error where they're saying the prescriptions of the prime subject become objective, and that's a category error.
Correct.
It's like, it's interesting to try to like reconcile because every theist that comes in, or at least the target audience, is thinking that, hey, so, objectivity is merely the sense of the unchanging circumstance of what ought to be or not the case, and then really thinking no further than that. And so, are we polluting the waters with that kind of notion? Is there really a need to reconcile any of that, rather than just say, hey, here's what we're kind of examining? I'm just not quite sure. That's kind of why I mutated it so much, because it's to say, hey, here's an actual aspect we could actually discuss. But maybe I'm just kind of like not sure if that's the angle I would even want to go for. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I mean, like, I'm not saying like the arguments like you made is bad. It's just like the hang up for me is just P2.
I just don't think it's the conversation you want to have. That's the big one.
Well, Mogi's also, especially when you're throwing my criticisms in there, I throw a lot of things out into left field on people because I have a fundamentally different approach. Mogi's right. Like, when you're entering the conversations here, people do kind of start those conversations as those as the foundation, that they're subjective and objective. And, you know, I find myself constantly trying to get the theist to understand that it doesn't matter how strong or powerful or originator you are, you're still a subject. If the word you applies, you're a subject. If the word I applies, you're a subject. They have been inculcated to believe that objectivity is better than subjectivity, just for the same mistake that they make for why they think deductive logic is better than inductive logic. They're making the same fucking mistake here because they've been taught from day one that deductive and objective is more related to absolutes, and God is the absolute. So if there's logic and all that, it must be God. And so when they're starting the whole the conversation, and that's just true of the fundament of the conversation, you got to break the foundation and fall down to another level and fix that, right? That's what Igtheism is trying to say. It's like when you're looking at this conversation from the lens that we're commonly trained to look at it, you're gonna fall right into prey to the semantics, right? But when you have a more rigorous standard, you begin asking the appropriate questions right up front, and the narrative then evaporates, right? Like there's no need for narrative if your epistemic model is to make assertions about reality, and then their shit will crumble. Like, I don't have to prove their claims wrong. I just have to convince them of the standard that absent the ontology, your epistemic model is a house of cards. It's just a semantic representation of something you believe in your head. So, yeah, I mean, with my criticisms, are most likely going to do that is to take a completely different approach, that you have to build a new linguistic, jargon. You have to come to understand certain jargon to understand an atheist argument. So if you're trying to appeal to someone just from the subjective, objective morality, you got to put a lot of the criticisms I'm saying away, because like it just completely changes the scope of the conversation. Because like it's like the contingency word. There's modal contingency, and then there's other concepts of contingency. Sort of the same thing is that in this framework they're using subjective versus objective differently than what I think is true to the concept of subjective versus objective.
I feel like you could go into that argument after like you break down the notion that what they're claiming as objective doesn't really coincide with what they're saying. And then you could break down to what you're saying as like a separate conversation afterwards, right?
I mean, unfortunately for the atheist and the theist, I think that my conversation technically comes first, which is why they call me the conversation killer.
Fair enough.
Because I've been playing with people recently. When I sense and I'm going to start doing this a lot more. When I sense that my interlocutor is going to start using God magic, I just instantly start asserting science magic. Everything science magic. Science explains it. Science did it. Everything science, right? And they gas out. They're like, oh, this is stupid, right? Then my real point is that yeah, it does require at least one logical person in a conversation. If both people use the standards theists employ, you never have a conversation. Because they don't want to contend with science magic.
True. And it's like it's interesting in terms of like, sure, we could like bring up this concept of objectivity and subjectivity, but I'm not sure it even like hits the core of anything meaningful, right? It's like here's a word they use that they didn't actually mean, and what they actually meant is just like, I want what God wants. So maybe the real conversation should be the consequences of that, I guess. Right? That's why I got that badness argument in the side chat, to kind of like talk about here is some consequences of this idea.
Yeah, reductios. Yeah, I'm just not good at humoring stuff like that, because yeah, I'm not good. I'm just not good at that. I'm really bad at trying to engage in hypotheticals with premises I don't accept. Shit like that, dude. Like I get really triggered.
I remember the greatest argument you ever did was set down a lighter and ask God to move it. That's the best argument I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, I mean I do all kinds of existence offs. Like, I hate it when they're like, yeah, God's the most exister, and it's like, dude, like everybody's contending with its existence. It's not the most exister, right? If it was the most exister, it would be as most existing as the fucking planet, right? Nobody denies the existence of the planet. It's more of an exister than your God thing, and you're trying to immediately put your God thing ahead of the existence factor than the planet you're on. Go fuck yourself. That's just gaslighting bullshit right there.
Right.
That's just, my God is better than whatever you're saying, and I haven't actually thought about it because I just say God magic all the time.
All right, Melk, you ready to roll? You ready to begin?
What? Oh, yeah, what's the debate?
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Definitely not. I mean, I used to be agnostic, but I've been, I guess, gearing more towards atheism recently.
What did you consider?
Like, what do you mean?
I'm interested in what went into like your calculations to lean towards.
Oh,
atheism.
yeah, so I grew up in a family. It was split. It was Catholic and then Muslim. And both of them seemed, even as a kid, like they seemed so wildly absurd. Like the stories that they would tell, and the idea of like magic being real and all these things, and it just never really made sense to me. And especially when I started to notice that all these things that people were saying were like God was speaking to them, God would approach them, God would, I don't know. I'd heard people say that often, and then it never happened to me. And the things that I prayed for, it didn't work. And it was very like, it felt like a void, basically. And and then I started to notice and learn about all the things going on in the world because I grew up very privileged, so I had a pretty good life. Like I had a like, financially fine, like whatever. But then I started to learn about what was going on in the world, and I was like, there's no way that a God exists. And this stuff is going on. All these things are happening to kids, all these natural disasters, you know, just like the amount of evil that's in the world, and also things that I observe like nowadays, just personally. Um, but I don't know. There's literally nothing that makes sense about it to me. Like, it's not even like, it's just the entire thing in itself. Like, it just sounds so obviously fake to me. But yeah, that's just my story.
So out of two versions of one God you've considered, you're like, this one, no.
Like, both of them, they kind of like, they're low-key the same, honestly. Like, Christianity and Islam are very similar, I've noticed. Like, they have their differences, but at the root of it, like, there's a God, you worship him, he loves everyone, but he also doesn't love everyone. And, just a lot of contradictions. Doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. Are you atheist or Christian or?
What about other gods? I
Um,
have gnosis. I know no gods exist.
I haven't really looked into other gods because it doesn't interest me and it doesn't affect my life. But I can confidently say that I just personally don't believe in it. I don't think there's anything wrong with people believing in religion as long as it's not like a church and state situation or like, I don't know. I'm not really too educated on religions, but I just joined the server to like see what other people have to say. But I just think it's
Fair
like so
enough.
stupid. Like, I think religion is really dumb. Like, if it makes you
All
happy,
right.
then that's fine.
But final question for the entrance ceremony. Considering all that, you cannot prove one exists, right?
No, I cannot prove one exists, and I cannot prove that one does not exist.
All right.
But I choose to believe that it doesn't.
You lose, we win. Get wrecked to nerd. Welcome aboard.
Am I in, guys?
No. Because I don't personally buy into the trope that the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. I think we should hold ourselves to a higher standard, and that when we're making claims like that about ontology, that we provide the location and know that if we don't provide the location, that we're a dumbass and we should have provided the location, and we need to go back and get the location and then put the location in the statement. That way, when we say the absence of evidence isn't evidence of the absence, it's proper in its logical form. That the absence of a thing being in a particular location is good foundation to believe that that thing's not in that location that you say it is. Because if that's not true, then the presence of evidence is not evidence of presence, right? If the inverse is not true, then the other one isn't. And we can clearly see that the presence of evidence is evidence of presence, right? Like, if that doesn't mean that if that condition was false, it wouldn't be false, then that would be a reductio ad absurdum, and we would have a problem. So it must be the case that the absence of evidence is evidence of absence. That has to be the case.
Well, hold on though. It depends because, for example, okay, are you a realist? Like, do you believe that things that exist in reality are objectively what they are, and not like this isn't like a hallucination or a simulation? Or anything? Like, do you believe in that, or do you believe that?
I accept ontology and that I have some limited access to it.
Okay, because it's just from our perspective as humans. This is our observable universe and what we can understand from this. So there are things even on Earth that we can't even perceive, but that doesn't mean that they're not true. Like, have you ever heard that
you missed what I was talking about.
That like gravity waves
I
thing?
wasn't talking about that. See, we're cheating when we're saying the presence of evidence is evidence of presence. We're cheating.
What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean? What does what
like
mean?
Presence of what do you mean?
The presence of evidence is evidence of presence.
Oh, you're just saying. Oh, okay. You're saying the same thing. Okay.
So yeah, A equals A, and we're saying A is right there, right? Because we're interacting with A, so we're saying that's A, and we're cheating, right? Because the inverse is the absence of evidence, is evidence of absence. That would be the inversion of that. And often people will say, well, that's not true. I mean, what about over there where you didn't look? Uh-huh. Well, look, we're cheating. And how are we cheating here? Well, because look at the other side. We're looking at an asymmetry here. What would be symmetrical, right? So the presence of evidence isn't evidence of presence in a grand sense, in an anywhere sense, right? But we're not doing that with presence because presence is always localized, right? When you're saying there is a thing, it's a localized event. It's like right there, right? So the presence of it is already localized in your brain. So you're like, bam, right there. And you're automatically ruling out all other locations. But analyze the statement, the presence of evidence is evidence of presence if location isn't provided. What the fuck does that mean? Right? If there's no location where presence is indicative, then what does it even mean to assert that evidence is present or that the thing is present? Because we've said there's no location. It's not required. We don't need a location. This is the problem in the inversion, is that when people say the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, because they've been tricked into not concerning themselves with location. But when you inject location in this notion, the absence of evidence of a thing in that spot is not evidence of the thing not in that spot. That's immediately stupid as fuck. It's like, actually, sir, that's exactly what I would expect to be the problem, right? If the thing's not there, then it wouldn't be right there. And if it is there, then the inversion, what is it? The presence of the thing is evidence of the thing, right? So you've been gaslit to accept the one rule that the presence, the manifestation of an object is good reason to accept its existence, but been shied away from, gaslit, or provided a mimetic cognitive panacea that keeps you from saying that the absence of evidence is evidence of absence, because they trick you into worrying about location, right? Location for one, but the asymmetry, the location is baked into the notion of identity. Like, location is there. So you know that location must be part of the symmetry. So absent location, then it is the case that the absence of evidence is evidence of absence, because it would be wherever this thing is in a location. And all you're trying to do is say, well, specific location's not necessary. We could just worry about broad location. Well, all locations, okay, but we're not doing that with localized events that have identity. We're not giving broad location unless we flip the category. It's going from one specific thing to all specific
Dude, I'm not gonna
things.
lie. I can't tell if you're spitting right now or if you're saying shit that only makes sense to you.
What?
I'm not gonna lie to you.
She doesn't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's
Like, I
jargon.
can't tell if you're spitting or not.
It's because
I actually
it's
can't
jargon.
tell.
Yeah, it's because it's jargon. You don't understand what I'm saying. It's just because I'm using jargon. You don't understand the jargon, so you don't get it. But what I'm saying is unequivocally true. You should like and subscribe.
I'm dead. Okay.
I mean, you could go back and play it, right? You guys
they're gone.
fucking play it back. It's just the case. Like, we get ourselves tripped up on this asymmetry by saying that we buy into that the presence of evidence is evidence of presence. We buy into that shit. That's easy because that's your experience. All things are in the spot where they are, and we interact with them and describe them, and it's just locations baked into it automatically. It's part of the metadata that you've already like signed off on that you don't realize that's there in the image, right? But you need that element when you're analyzing the same notion, but the absence of a thing. It's location. Clearly, when location is provided, that statement just falls apart, that the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. Yeah, it is. The absence of you being right there is evidence that you're not right there, right? That's how that works.
Right. Yeah, instinctually, I would say no, it's not evidence of absence. But now that you've explained it this way, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. We categorize things with evidence in specific places. If the evidence is not in the place that we would expect it to be, then it's not there.
Yeah, it's evidence that it's not there. It doesn't mean that it's not over there. It could still be over there, but we know you're wrong about it being there because there is nowhere. You've stated there is nowhere, so that it's not there. You
Like
just
one
wanted-
thing I've run into a lot is I used to be Mormon, and a lot of the Mormons say, "Oh, well, like just because you don't know exactly where the Native Americans built these huge ass cities and put together steel swords and carts and had horses, doesn't mean that they didn't have them." I'm like, well, they didn't have them here or here or here. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a really good way of looking at it. They clearly didn't have them at Hill Cumorah or wherever the fuck.
I gotta find the study. I think they did like a seismic. Did they not do a seismic study of the Hill Cumorah?
Yeah, they've done that. That hill has been dug up and put back like 100 times.
I guess another way to look at the symmetry would be saying that the presence of evidence, meaning that if it's the case that, let's say there's unknown object X and it is manifest somewhere, we just don't know where, right? But it is there, and there is the presence of evidence, right? But in that scenario, the presence wouldn't be evident, right? We wouldn't be seeing it. It wouldn't be there. It would be outside of our, view or purview or whatever. And in that form, I guess would be more analogous to the form that makes sense when you say the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, because there's a sense of that that's true too. Just because there's not an elephant in your room doesn't mean that elephants don't exist, right? So just because in one spot you don't have evidence of something, and this is the typical argument, just because in one spot you don't have evidence of something doesn't mean in some other unknown spot there's evidence of that, right? But the proper way to state that in its inversion would be true of true things too. That a thing could be present somewhere in space and you don't know where. And so for you, it's not present, right? So the presence of evidence is not evidence of presence in different locations when you're outside of the location. Because obviously that rule breaks the moment you're in the spot where the thing is present, right? Because then it isn't any longer the case that it's somewhere a thing is. It's now there is a thing. And so your assertion has to change that the presence of evidence is evidence of presence right here, right now. In all other spots, that's not true. But in this spot where we attribute identity, it's automatically baked into that. There it is. To the notion of a thing's non-existence, you're starting from a slightly different question. It seems like the same question, but when you try to think about the inversion of it, they're not inverse. They're only inverse if you make them, because we typically say that we need evidence, which is to say the presence of evidence is evidence of presence, and that we shy away from that the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. But we've used two different. We've made it two different standards, and the inversions, I think, illustrate the difference there. That's crazy.
I'm trying to find a non-BYU article.
BYU is actually a really good source, despite it sounding like it should be biased. The reason it's an accredited university is because they actually prove that the Mormon Church isn't true with their own studies. So that's fun.
But it's like I'm not seeing a BYU study that actually does like they're showing glacial flow for the origins of the Hill Cumorah, but not.
I know they've dug it up several times, like physically gone out there and like literally pulled apart the ground.
Yeah, it looks like I found something related to sampling. Yeah, they're like two questions. Were the geological materials necessary to make a stone box consisting of sizable stones and ingredients for cement present? And are the rocks or stones locally available, given by eyewitnesses or near secondary sources? Clearly affirm yes. We've got enough to make cement.
Yeah, but like fucking steel swords, not a thing. And whenever you bring that up, a Mormon will usually look at you and say, "Is absence of evidence evidence of absence?" And you're like, "Well, my initial reaction was always, well, I mean, I guess not. I guess they could have swords somewhere else, but there were no swords in Hill Cumorah. So it's kind of weird that there's like this huge battle there where like hundreds of thousands of Nephites died. Like all the Nephites were killed off in the hill on the Hill Cumorah, and there's not a single fucking piece of steel there anywhere. Like that's weird, don't you think?
Yeah, what is it? First iron usage in 1619. Sword of Laban. I think that's the one they like to lean on.
What are you guys discussing?
How you can't prove it.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Do you believe in the transfiguration of Brigham Young, Muad?
What? What is that?
Do you believe in sometime in the late 1800s that their person congregated in Utah and his face transformed into Joseph Smith?
No.
But there were many eyewitnesses.
No, I don't believe that.
But we have signed testimony. We have the documents.
Show it to me.
Sure, 1 second.
I'll be back.
It should be in the LDS archives. There should be like a straight up photocopy of the document. Do I not have a picture of this? Google, you suck. Dude, can I not just Google the Mormon archives?
Did you find something, Mogi?
I'm reading correspondence from Brigham Young, but I don't think that's adequate. So there's like 3 alleged witnesses. Um, Currently, I'm just trying to look into Pratt.
Parley
It's
P.
just
Pratt?
yeah, Parley P. Pratt.
Are you talking about witnesses of the Book of Mormon or witnesses of some fucking steal somewhere?
In this case, it's for the Brigham Young transformation. For the Book of Mormon, I have a bunch of verses that mention this deal, but I didn't look
talk about
into
it.
the. I was just gonna look up the Joseph Smith papers to see if I could get the documents alleging their testimony. And then we can talk about, I don't know. I feel like a prevalent thing would be to say, hey, look, there's signed testimony for Tupac, for the Tupac trial right now. Be like saying it right now instead of back then.
Yeah, dude, signed testimony. There you go. It's not like Parley Pratt was like an investor or anything in the Mormon church and he didn't have any kind of bias of like his entire livelihood potentially being lost if people didn't believe that it was true. Like that was, if that were a thing, that would make it a lot less convincing, you know?
All right, apparently Albert Carrington made a statement.
That's a new name to me. New name.
Before a huge gathering of saints in 1857. No, that's Joseph Smith. Oh, no, sorry, that's Brigham Young reaffirming himself, throwing him under the bus.
I literally just came in. All right, I'm trying to enjoy the high. I don't want to go back outside. But it's really nice out now. I want to smoke dope. It's 4:20 here, still where you appeared, so good job.
The hell are you talking about?
Earl of crushing big bong rips.
Oh.
Clear that chamber. Jeez.
Yeah, that getting stale, that's dangerous.
Usually I just take like when it's like that, when my lungs are like that, I just take the piece out and just blow the other way.
I don't blame
Just do
you.
just do a little choo choo. All right, yeah. You ready to begin? Yeah, you're there? This is a voice chat. You expected to use your voice. All right, this is your chance. Figure out Discord.
Who are you talking
This is
to?
your way.
You, man. Said
You.
your name.
Why?
All right, man. Goodbye.
Wait, I don't understand.
It's called obstinance.
I start regular civilian work today.
You got a new gig? No temp work?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
So you're done with the temp work?
Yeah, my dad made me get a job as a cashier in one of his like friends' company for the time being because of my mental break. Everybody's like being really finicky with me. So yeah, now I have to work this to prove that I'm normal again enough to like find my own job and whatever. They're ridiculous.
What's the rate? They're giving you minimum wage?
Yeah, 17 an hour.
What is it 25 where I'm at?
That'll be cool. 25 will be dope. But no. And then I have to find a place again to live. I'm living with my son's dad.
No, it's actually the same. But if you go to the main city, it's 21 an hour.
That's not bad.
I don't know. I feel like I've earned it. I'm not working for 17 an hour no more.
No, I've earned it too, and I can easily get a job, but they're taking forever to call me back. And since I went manic, I didn't show up to like one of the temp jobs. so they can't hire me again. So I have to get a regular like leasing job or until I can go back into real estate because it's just the fees. It's really annoying. All of it is annoying. And then, can you believe I have to cope? I have to learn to cope.
Well, it's just important that through all this that you know realize that you did this.
And it's
Thank
probably
you.
because you're a woman.
It's probably
Thank you,
related.
thank you.
It's called a comorbidity.
Wait, what? Going crazy is part of being a woman or doing hard work? I'm
No,
confused.
being female is a comorbidity.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
It's a man's world, Perla.
I'm
Don't
gonna have
worry.
to man up then.
You guys doing? Who's this chat freeloader? Hey, Anta.
Yo.
Can you prove the existence of a God thing?
Can I say it again? Sorry, I was breaking up just a tad bit.
Can you prove the
I'm
existence of
driving.
a God thing?
I think we have justifiable reasons to believe God does exist and constitute that as proof.
So you're saying you can prove it exists?
I think we have justifiable reasons, and that constitutes as proof. Now, whether you, depending on your level of skepticism, all determines whether I can prove it or not. But
All right, let's hear them. Let's hear the reasons.
I think the historicity of Jesus Christ is one.
So a magic zombie
Like the
guy?
history.
Okay.
A what?
And so, do you believe in the historicity of Paul Bunyan?
I haven't really studied much about him or anything.
He's a giant. He's got a big blue ox. Cuts down trees.
Okay, I got you. Nah, yeah, I don't know who that is. So
Like,
I think when it comes to
when
historical
we talk
figures, you gotta take it case
about
by case.
history is a time period in which humans have invented like writing, the technology of writing. And so when we talk about historicity, it means here's something that appears in written record. So Paul Bunyan is a historical figure.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about him, so I
Yeah,
can't
but
speak
do you
on.
believe a giant with a giant blue ox that cut down trees in America?
I don't know who that is.
He's a giant lumberjack.
Yeah, again,
You've
I
never
don't
heard of
know
Paul
anything about
Bunyan?
him. I
Are
mean,
you
I heard
are
about
you an
him.
The Grand
American?
Canyon, bro.
Yeah. No, I mean, I heard the name, but when it comes to like historical method utilizing it on a certain individual, I don't really know anything about how it's done with Paul Bunyan. I don't know the
Okay,
sources. I
would
don't
it
know where
help?
the story derives from.
Would it help you believe that Paul Bunyan existed if I said that a man killed Paul Bunyan and 3 days later he came back from the dead, resurrected an entire city full of zombies, and then flew into the sky? Would that increase the credibility?
No.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah. I think you'd have to take it case by case, as you would with any historical figure or historical event in history, since everything is derived case by case, historically speaking.
Well, okay, so when we do historiography, that's the study of how we know things to be the case. We
Sure.
look at things like contemporary records.
Not always. You don't
And
necessarily need those.
and well, that's what people do with historiography. They look for contemporary records, they look for artifacts.
Sure, but you don't need just only contemporary. Heck, you don't even necessarily need artifacts. That's just a specific aspect
Right,
of
then
what
what
historians can use. But when it comes to, like, for example, like histobiographies, as an example, you can have, for example, just documentation about it, and it can still be contained as historical, just like the example with Pompeii before it was archaeologically discovered in the 1500s. You only had Pliny the Younger that even talked about Pompeii even being erupted, and these things taking place. It wasn't until the 1500s that Pompeii was archaeologically discovered, but yet it was still considered a historical place. We just didn't know where it was. Had a general idea, sure, based on Pliny the Younger's writings, but it was never thought to be mythical or non-existent or something like that. Given Pliny the Younger was a governor for the Roman
It was
Empire.
suspect. It was definitely suspect.
By who?
By historians.
Like who?
Sure, we could take a look at it.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Like, sure, you have those that are like skeptical, but historically speaking, the majority view has always been that Pompeii was a historical place. Archaeology just reconfirmed that. Give me just one second. I gotta put a
Doesn't
code in real quick.
believe. That's not what skeptical means.
I didn't say it does. That's not what I mean when I say skeptical.
It's kind of how you were using it.
Not necessarily.
Skepticism is a philosophy that you should apply at all times to all models, even the
Sure.
ones that you accept. And actually, you should be more skeptical of the ones
Actually,
that you accept.
no, that's where it's being wrong. You shouldn't be overly like skeptical. Like there,
No
if
one said
anything,
overly.
the best place.
Did anybody say overly?
I know, but you say you should be. What was the word you exactly used about skepticism? You should be more skeptical.
Yeah, you should be more skeptical of the positions that you do hold as true because they have more of a vested time interest, right? Like you spend more time thinking about them than you do everybody else's beliefs, especially the ones that you don't even know about. You don't spend any time thinking of those. So because you're fallible ground monkey, every time you think something's true, you should apply a dose of skepticism just to make sure.
No, I agree, but I agree with that. Where I disagree is that you should be more skeptical. I think if you want to have a true playing field here, is that you shouldn't be more skeptical or more for the concept. You should be. You should try to be as. No, I was just gonna say you should be actually unbiasedly
You're
neutral.
misunderstanding me, dude. This is
Well,
what
you
I
said
mean.
more skeptical.
I don't think you're using the word skeptical the same way I am. That's what I'm saying. How do you define? What do you mean by skepticism? What is it? What does it mean to you?
Ultimately, I hold to skepticism as a view of withholding judgment as a conclusion based on the affirmative of it. So, for example, you don't necessarily have to believe something is not the case, but that doesn't also mean that you believe it is the case either. You can be skeptical about something and withhold judgment, but there's also a line of somebody being skeptic to where they're so skeptical they can refuse to believe it despite any evidence that's actually given. So that's why I say more skeptic. That's why I use the words overly skeptic, because you can be so skeptic it can be overly skeptic to where there's ultimately no justification.
That's not skepticism, dude.
That's just one form of it.
When you say you can brush your teeth too much that your teeth fall, that's not brushing your teeth, right?
I don't know what that has to do with my line of skepticism, and I'm
because
defining.
you're taking skepticism as like you can use it too much, and if you're using it properly, no, you can't. And especially when you develop different epistemic models and truth models, I think.
No, but that's my point.
Can you stop, dude? I'm making a compound point. If you're not interested in it, just let me know. Just say, hey, I'm not interested in what you have to say, and I'll shut up.
No, I'm just saying I agree with what you just said. I think.
No, I was saying shut your bitch fucking mouth and stop over talking me. How did you mistranslate what I just said? Fucking A, dude. You don't get to cut me off and tell me when I'm done speaking, dude. What's wrong with you?
I didn't say you were done. I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, and I didn't need you to because I was talking. And so
I didn't ask if you did. I was just
when I
building
talk,
a conversation.
I'm hoping people are listening, right?
Does that go both ways or just one way?
Not really. It goes one way.
Okay. So it's a monologue, kind of, sort of.
Sort of. I'm trying to unfuck your brain. I'm not trying to get you to unfuck my brain. Now, if that happens, that's great.
Yeah, because you can have a fucked up brain, too. It's not just me.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to
No,
say
that's
to
what
you
I'm
is that
saying.
here, I'll just do this until I'm done making my point. What I'm trying to say to you, and you could spurg out and leave, I don't care. What I'm trying to say to you is that when you get a more precise and accurate truth model, that you'll learn to be skeptical of everything that you hold as true. That's the point. That skepticism is not to say that you think things are false, right? Like, do you know about fallibilism? Have you ever heard of fallibilism? There's a question. Have you heard of fallibilism?
I don't know if I'm still muted or not.
It's a question. I'm asking for your input so that you can contextualize my answer to you. Have you heard of fallibilism?
Yes, I have.
Right. So as a fallibilist, I recognize that everything that I hold is true is subject to either change or error. Everything. So I should be skeptical that I have reached a truth. Always. I should be skeptical of that. I shouldn't ever conclude that I know the truth. I can reach truth. Right? I can say, yeah, that's true. Like if you stick your finger in it, it'll hurt. That's true. Right? I can approximate truth. But you're using it, I think, in a different way, where you don't approximate truth, where truth is like just set in stone or something, maybe. We could talk about that.
Just what? There was a part in there I didn't hear. Like you cut out there for just a second. Just what?
Just what? What?
Yeah. You cut out there for just a second?
Yeah, I'm not sure where I cut out. I'm just saying that as a scientific fallibilist, that I don't hold to that anything I really believe is true is actually true. It's true as I understand it, but I expect it to be changed.
I get that.
Right? Because everything that I used to hold as true has changed a lot. So trying to grab on and retain a truth is just futile. You live in a dynamic world, and your truth models need to be able to be adjusted with new systems and new information.
No, I agree with that 100%.
Right. So why are you pushing back then when I say that technically, if you're doing skepticism right, the more accurately you understand skepticism, the more you should apply it, and the more you will apply it to your own position over other people's positions. And the reason that I said that is because you spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about your own positions. So you're going to be frequented with more opportunity to be skeptical, because that's what you do. People do that. You spend more time with yourself than with other people, right?
Some people do that. Well, just because some people do that doesn't mean everybody does that.
No, I say you spend more time thinking about your stuff than you do other people's.
Well, sure, but I mean, I guess along the lines of the conversation, I mean, why would I care?
Can I flesh some nuance in here, Enta? Can I flesh some nuance from you?
Can I just finish what I was just saying?
Yeah, one final thought, and then I'll shut up. So even when I'm pushing back against your model and I'm trying to think of your model, I'm still thinking of my model while I'm doing it. So I'm spending more time thinking about my stuff than I am your stuff, right? So I'm more skeptical. I spend more time being skeptical of everything I believe than I do of everything else everyone else believes that I don't believe, because that's not in my brain until I'm thinking of it. And I get one of you guys to come along and say some stuff, and then I start thinking your stuff. But I'm spending like 90% of my time thinking of my stuff, even when I'm thinking of your stuff.
Yeah, no, that's great and all, but I understand where you're coming from when you talk about, like, you know, the skeptically being balanced in that. And that's why I said skepticism isn't necessarily a negation of something, like a disbelief of something. Skepticism is just a like it can be like a doubt, or it can be a withhold of judgment. For example, to question something as if it whether it is or is not true. There's nothing wrong with that.
I want to get back to the historicity.
Can I just finish what I was saying, because I did wait until he was finished. Is that okay, or is this how it's going to be the whole time?
You mean, are we going to be?
It doesn't help you get to historicity, does it?
Rules? Yeah,
but does it help you get to the part?
Nothing that was just said helps me get to historicity. So I'm just going to respond directly to what's being said, have a nice, good conversation with you guys, and just carry on the conversation if that's okay. If not, then
it just feels like you're like playing devil's advocate rather.
Well, I mean, that's your interpretation if that's how you want to take it, but I'm simply just having a conversation. I don't know why it has to come across as so.
To the point. Well, you're saying, but it's like you're saying, if you do that, if you're about to say, if you do this and act this way, then this, and it's not a position you earnestly hold, I don't know why we're talking about it. I want to talk about the historicity.
Yeah, I understand, Mogi. That's what you want to talk about, but Anti just actually said something in response to what we're
Dude,
talking about. So can I have a chance?
I said that I was bowing
My
out to let
goodness.
Mogi get back to it. I said that.
So do I cool. Do I have a chance to say anything, or
Yeah,
is this how it's
You're
constantly
right
going
now.
to go?
You're talking, but you're using it to meta and cry about the past, bro.
Because Mogi is sitting here saying
More
he wants to move to
past,
something else.
more past, meta.
All right, just right here, make your comment. I hope it's not what I just said.
Even if it is, why should I care? All I was trying to point out is that when it comes to a form of hyperskepticism, that's where there is a form of hyperskepticism where that's extreme and it's reactive.
Yeah,
and
nobody's
That's
holding
not
that.
skepticism, though. That's
Nobody's
why you're putting
holding
the
that
word
right now.
hyper,
It's-
right? That's not skepticism.
Yeah, exactly. No,
Right. So
that
don't
it's a form of skepticism that is hyper.
Hold on. Let me give you an example.
And that's where I was trying to point out, just real quick, if I could just finish what I'm
Jesus
saying.
fucking Christ. Let me give you a counter example. Don't do Christianity enough that you're like pillaging and killing and raping children. Don't do Christianity that much. Don't go so far as to literally commit genocide. Don't do Christianity that much. Shut up, dude. We get your dumb point. It's been invalidated. Now move back to what Mogi was saying.
Has it been invalidated?
Instead of trying to use me as a way to get out of the conversation. Because you're getting triggered by my attitude because you're a little pussy. And now Mogi doesn't care about little pussies, right? Like he'll talk to a little bitch, right? But I can't stand a little bitch, especially when they're crying about my fucking attitude. So I'd suggest that you just drop the conversation with me because I'm just getting annoyed, especially when you start interrupting me and getting all mouthy and shit because you're driving and you're just just derping the fuck out, probably about to run over a 7-year-old or some shit like that. Talk to Mogi.
As I was saying, if I could just finish.
You're saying nothing new. You're not actually saying anything new.
I didn't even get to finish what I was saying, Mogi.
Wow.
All right, go ahead. It better be something. It better be new information, though. Not just you agree.
I didn't even get to finish the previous information I was trying to say. Anti was over here.
Say something. Just novel. Say something novel.
Anti's being a little bitch and won't let somebody finish. Anti, like, dude, like, stop being a little bitch. Seriously. All I was trying to point out was that when you were talking about skepticism, just specifically, there is a form of hyperskepticism. I didn't say you guys were doing that.
Oh my god, dude. Just when you're talking about Christianity, there is a form of child rape and pedophilia, bro.
What are you talking about? I didn't even say anything.
Wow. Dude, don't do Christianity so much that you commit a genocide. If you do Christianity too much, you'll end up committing a genocide, bro. I get your point, Enta. I get it. And I'm making it right there. Don't do Christianity so much that you end up committing genocide and infanticide. What I'm doing is taking Christianity, and I know there's some specific claims made in Christianity that are fucked up, right? And I'm using those specific claims to make a point that you're making. You're saying, hey, of skepticism, let me talk to you about skepticism. Don't do it too much where you derp out and you don't do skepticism. That's what you're saying. Hyper skepticism is not skepticism. It's not skepticism. I don't want to hear another fucking word of skepticism from you because you keep talking about hyper. You're going like this. Hey, let me just give the definition of skepticism real quick, and then I'm going to spend the rest of my time denigrating skepticism under the guise of hyper skepticism, and somebody points out that, hey, that's not skepticism. I'll just add the modifier real quick that I'm talking about hyper skepticism. So let me talk to you about child molestation. Have you heard of the Bible?
Yep, heard of the Bible.
Right. So
doesn't
talk
actually
to
say
Mogi.
Christians should do that.
Holy shit, retard. That was rhetoric and hyperbole. Talk to Mogi. I heard your point. I'm done with your stupid fucking point. Quit talking to me, dude. Talk to Mogi.
Then stop being a stupid idiot and shut up.
Talk to Mogi. If Mogi wants to talk to you, I'll let Mogi unmute you. But I know if I unmute you, you just did it twice in a row. If I unmute you, you're going to talk to me again.
I was hoping to actually get to something novel because it seems like all you're doing is just reiterating what you said before the response. We were there for the conversation. what I'm hoping for is actually like investigate the nuance and historicity, because you mentioned a portion of it, right? And I wanted to sort of examine, it's like, hey, we have historical records mentioning the descendants of Roman emperors being, the ancestors of Roman emperors being Jupiter.
He's not listening to
Jupiter
you, dude. He's blathering
then
inside chat.
south. Clearly, there's some nuance in there that helps you kind of suss out this claim versus some other historical claims. And I was interested in your feedback on that. That seems to be like something new we could actually discuss rather than rehash old points that we've already heard. Is that something you want to kind of clarify there? Enlighten?
To the aspect of ancestors being Jupiter?
Well, this is specifically asking about the method of historiography here, where we suss out what's the case.
I mean, like I said, you have to take it case by case, utilizing the criterions that's used in the historical method.
And so I'm asking about the nuance in this regard.
The nuance with what, though? The specific example you had was about Roman emperors having the ancestor of Jupiter.
Right, and so how, like, I'd use the methodology here. Let's hear that, because I'd like to apply it to the historicity that you're going to apply for the Bible here.
You would have to demonstrate like what the Roman empires you're talking about, what their sources are, what the type of genre it is, literary devices. I mean, I haven't studied anything that talks about where the Roman emperors believed Jupiter was his ancestor. Instead, the idea behind it is that Romulus is the founder of Rome, and he became a god under the permission of Jupiter, who is the Zeus of the Roman pantheon. So I don't know what you're referring to about how Jupiter is the ancestor of the Roman emperors when when I say it's case by case, it all depends on specifically like what you're referring to, and you have to demonstrate how that is consistent in the same exact case in the same respect to what I was talking about with like the historicity behind the person of Jesus.
So I'm seeing that Emperor Galba and Emperor Commodus
Okay, cool.
are claimed to be descendants of Jupiter.
Okay. And is that historical? Not the claim itself, but the idea, how would they demonstrate that?
And we have historical biographies from Suetonius, and then we also have effigies. This Estes Hercules, and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's not enough for that specific example, though, because just because you have emperors claim to be descendants of Jupiter, I mean, again, in that case, if all I have to go off of that is Suetonius and effigies, then, I mean, again, I had never really dived into this specifically, so I don't see how it's parallel. You would have to
Well, what was so good about Pompeii compared to this?
Well, the idea behind Pompeii was that the claim here with Pliny the Younger is that there was a volcanic eruption, and actually Pliny the Younger was across the water who said he witnessed this himself. I don't think Suetonius says he witnessed Jupiter being an ancestor of these emperors, as an example. You have an eyewitness testimony to somebody who's a Roman governor and talks about this thing. And so that's what I'm saying. Like the written documentation
we have records from the emperor.
From who? Sorry, you broke up. I can't hear you.
To exist. We have emperors. We have records from Galba.
You're breaking up real bad, Mogi. Yeah, he's breaking up for me too. It's the aliens.
So when you mentioned the claim of the volcano,
yeah, is he there?
No,
am I breaking up that bad?
Yeah, you're like cutting out. We didn't hear anything you said from the volcano.
What about Perseus, son of Zeus, who slayed the Gorgon Medusa in front of Athens with thousands of eyewitnesses?
No.
I mean,
No. He slew the Gorgon Medusa and then flew on the back of Pegasus to kill the Kraken with the head of the Medusa in front of thousands of eyewitnesses.
yep.
There
And
you
who
go.
are the ones who saw? Yeah. So I mean, but what sources are saying this? Like, just because, like, for example, Paul, when he talks about the 500 eyewitnesses, for example, he doesn't give them by name, but there's still a lot of that day that you can actually go and see and question and talk to, which can falsify his document. But
The entire village
not
saw.
necessarily.
That's the account, is that the whole village was there to attend, to watch the
Not
princess
for Paul.
get eaten. No, for Perseus. So
Oh yeah, who is saying
thousands and
that? Like, what is the source that
thousands
says
and
this and everything?
thousands of eyewitnesses. An entire
Yeah, what's the
city.
source that says this?
The accounts of
And
Perseus.
what is the source that says this?
The accounts of
The what?
Perseus.
From wait, so it's Homer.
Just like, yeah, the accounts
Okay.
of Perseus, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So Homer, when did it take place, and when did he write this down?
Bro, you're asking me about fucking Perseus, man.
I know.
Am I the one
It's a
claiming this shit
historical
happened?
question. Yes, you're making a parallel
No, I'm
behind it,
not.
saying like, hey,
No,
did
the
it-
parallel's already been
did it
made.
have-
I'm just revealing that to you.
Yeah, but hey, Anthony, with all due respect, I thought I was talking to Mogi.
Just your obstinance is just so annoying. Go fuck yourself, dude.
Yeah, that's retarded, dude.
Dude, I'm the one with the low EQ here, dude. And I'm behaving better than you. Like, I have an actual excuse. What's your problem? Are you scared? You don't like the logic? You can't refute Perseus, son of Zeus? Fucking bitch. I could defeat Perseus, son of Zeus. My philosophy doesn't make me sound like a fucking retard, dude.
There's no
Or-
official date. It's about 1,000 years BCE. And then Homer wrote this thing around 750 BCE.
Like literally a 1-to-1 correlation, but you think because you believe in Christianity that lends credibility to your claims. That's retarded. Like that's functionally retarded for you to think that, you know, your claims are more justified because you believe them. Like that's a real low IQ take, you know that, right?
I'm just interested in how a literary device gives you any sense of credibility. Yeah, I'm interested in that comment. Is that something you hold to?
I don't know. Am I still muted or no?
No, I'm just.
What was your question?
How does a literary device help you with like the credibility that something happened?
Well, you'd have to utilize. Well, it's not just necessarily like you have literary criterion, which depending on like the type of genre it is, I mean, there was actually a few number of criteria. It's like, I mean, you guys are probably familiar with the criterion of embarrassment. I'm sure that's thrown around so many times. If you guys are talking to Christians, that's just one criterion that's utilized versus like very many others. Given
Well,
what's like
when you
the
say embarrassment, are you just referring to the motive for a writer writing a written work?
no. Are you familiar
No.
with the criterion of embarrassment?
Yeah, he's talking about how Christians believe in magic, so they always have to be embarrassed when they talk about their bullshit.
No, that's not what I'm saying either.
Explain.
So you can try that again, anti, but that doesn't work. What I was trying to point out here is that wait, hold on, but Mogi, are you familiar with the criterion of embarrassment? Just so that I know that we're on the same page.
Explain.
Yes, no, do you? I
No,
can explain. I'm just asking where you're at. Anti, I know I can hear him. I don't need your help.
Elaborate.
Criterion of embarrassment is pretty much a criterion on writers or even people speaking of a specific story, that the idea of the simplistic view is if somebody is held to high esteem regard and yet something is embarrassing to say about somebody specifically, the simplistic answer is that for them to write something that is embarrassing about a certain individual that they hold to high regards and respect, the criterion embarrassment is a piece of literature that can be determined as something that probably most likely in confidence could actually be true,
So
given
it
the
was
idea
exactly
of
what
it
I
being
described
embarrassing.
when I said motive.
No, not a motive. When you say a motive, it's like, what is the
Motive.
motive behind? Yeah, like for example, what is the motive behind writing this down? Now, it doesn't describe a
Right.
motive. What it describes is a specific detail about somebody, but not a motive. Those are two different things.
But no, it would exactly describe motive. You're saying, hey, I got to write this down, even though it would embarrass me.
No, that the motive behind it would be that you're writing it down because you have a biased agenda about this specific thing in this specific detail. That's not what this motive would. That's not what this would be here. This would simply just be a detail about somebody who others would deem to be
Right.
embarrassing, but that doesn't mean
Wouldn't
necessarily
you
that there's a
don't you
motive
write
behind
things
it.
down for reasons?
Sure, but that doesn't mean it's for the criterion of embarrassment. That doesn't mean there's a motive for the specific reason I'm
I
writing
think
something
for the
down.
criteria, I think if you're considering the criterion of embarrassment, there's motive.
What would be the motive for embarrassing somebody unless it's true?
Really, dude?
Dude.
That's a legitimate a question. That's why criterion embarrassment is used in the historical method.
Wait. You can't
Like
think of a reason somebody would embarrass someone else
yeah,
if it
why
wasn't
would the
true?
follower yeah, because here, why would somebody who is a faithful believer in somebody write something that would embarrass the one that they hold to high
So
esteem?
why would
They write that?
Perseus
Can you
start
answer my
his?
question, Anti, or am I still talking to Mogi?
I am.
No, or am I
If you
talking to
don't stop
Mogi, or
over
now
talking
you
me,
again?
fine. Just leave. Rage quit. I don't care. You're not gonna overtalk me like that, dude. Who the fuck do you think you are? So the accounts of Perseus begin with him being a little mortal bitch. A little mortal bitch, a little guy who tried and couldn't, right? Little bitch that needed magic help to defeat magic enemies, right? So why would they talk about Perseus, who was the greatest savior of humanity, as a little mortal bitch, dude? It's so embarrassing, right? To humanize him like that, like a little regular mortal bitch. Right, but when we know he's a super powerful half quasi deity creature that could kill gorgons and stuff with magic powers, and magic devices granted to him by his daddy, why would they embarrass Perseus, making him just like a little regular mortal bitch, dude?
Why would JD Vance slander Trump if he holds him in high esteem?
Dude, like literally,
Why would he say
epic
embarrassing things about Trump?
or story has a humanization period of the great hero. Because if you don't have that, you're just a narcissistic cunt, right? Telling a Homelander story.
Yeah, Moji, to what you said about JD Vance, though, the reason he could say something that can be embarrassing to Trump is because it's true.
You think all the things they've said about each other is true?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. It depends. Again, you have to take it case by case. What I'm showing or demonstrating is that when it comes to the criterion of embarrassment, the whole idea behind it is that it's used primarily to argue that a tradition is more likely to be historical if it contains something that would have been either like awkward, humiliating, or difficult for people preserving the tradition to invent. That's predominantly the whole idea behind it specifically. If they were to make it up, they wouldn't invent something that's embarrassing. they would make something up that would actually put somebody they
You
hold
mean
to
like
as
being a little
honorable.
mortal bitch?
So slander is not likely, you're saying.
If they were to invent something. Yeah, especially like for example,
is all slander invented?
no, not necessarily. But I'm not talking
What
about slander.
Okay, could you give me a counterexample?
Of what? Slander or embarrassment? Or
Yeah,
something
of
that isn't
slander
invented?
of slander being true.
I mean, somebody, peed their pants in class. And it's just because they're a bully. But that's because the person they are saying it about
Wait, that would be
embarrasses them.
true slander, though.
No, the person didn't actually pee their pants in the classroom. They're just making that up as a rumor to embarrass them.
That would be true slander.
Oh, it's not a true. Yeah, it would be a slander, but that doesn't make it true. The reason why this point would be
slander.
But it's an invented. It's specifically invented.
Notice what happens though. Who is the one that is slandering? It's the opponent. It's the enemy. If it's somebody who, for example, if I were to talk about my mom and I hold a high, and I love my mom to
not
death,
if I'm telling
and
a
I hold
story of
high
my own
regards to
bullying.
mom specifically.
If I'm telling a story of my own bullying,
Can I finish what
I
I'm
may
saying?
not do that. Yeah, hold on. Let me let you finish. Hold on. If I'm telling a story of myself and my own accounts of bullying and how I became triumphant and all that, of course I'm gonna tell you and get you to empathize with how I was bullied to make you feel human for me. That way later on when you hear about me going around beating the shit out of a bunch of people, I don't just sound like I'm some unhinged dude flying off the handles. Like I've legitimized my suffering and got you to empathize with that. And now I'm able to go do violence. But if I don't empathize with you on that, and I just tell a story about how I go beat the shit out of people that run their mouths, that doesn't tell the story that I'm a hero. That just tells the story that I'm an anti-hero. And if I want you to believe that I'm a hero, then I got to give you that I was bullied phase generally, right? That's sort of the difference between a hero like Captain America and Magneto, right? They're both good people, but one's a huge fucking dick, right?
Yeah, the example that you just gave is not the criterion of embarrassment. That would be embellishment.
Wow.
So that doesn't do anything to what the example I'm given specifically. So what I was trying to point out
Jesus
with the
wrote the
criterion of
Bible?
embarrassment. No, I don't.
Right. So why would
what
you
I was
say
trying
that?
to point out, because I'm actually refuting what you said that made no sense to the parallel of what I'm talking about.
Well, the thing is that it seems to be if you were to look at it before you judge Enta, it seems to be the same circumstance, is it not? We have somebody who's making a claim that is embarrassing to their character.
Yeah,
is that not the case, Enta?
Just to let you know, you're only at 13%. You have to cry a lot more. And get that meter up to 100%, and then crying will shut me down, right? You'll be able to cry, and then I won't moderate you, but you're only at 13% right now, so it's going to happen a lot. You're going to cry and then get muted anyway for it. Talking about here, hold on. You're a scholar, right? Hold on, let me read something to you. This is some scholarly work. This is part of a historical record. So this is an account from. Let's see. It's pretty old. February 20th, 2026. Room rules. 1, no over talking. This is the internet. You will not be understood. Wait your time. This is especially true for moderators and regulars to the room. They have earned the right to talk more than you. Okay, so this is codified way back in February 2026. And you're acting like you deserve special treatment. Enta believes that this room that's been open for over 1,000 hours and everyone gets the same exact treatment. Enta feels that he's so narcissistically special that he doesn't have to follow the rules. That everybody else will just change their rule set for Enta. that anytime that somebody enforces their rules that they've clearly got codified, that'll just be mod abusing and stuff. It won't be into crossing boundaries or anything like that, codified boundaries, right? Because we all know that when we wrote these boundaries, we were taking Enta, who I had yet to meet, into consideration and his personal feelings about how we're going to run our room. Because this narcissistic fuck doesn't want to, follow anybody else's rules. So, because you're such a scholar, mission statement. This room is intended as a resource for people looking to escape their current ideological and philosophical positions, and is focused mostly around the topic of the God thing. This is not a typical debate room. We do not afford equal time to dumb ideas. We do not want people to just sit and listen. Chat freeloading. Every single person who frequents this room is, when active, required to participate in the chat. The currency exchange of this room is ideas, and you are required to pay your chat dues. And those are ideas about questions we're asking, not all the ideas you want to stand on a soapbox. I specifically shut down the notion of you getting a soapbox. So you could see that you're being an abusive cunt, right? When you come in here expecting equal time for your bad ideas and then start crying that I'm moderating you and stuff, when it's clearly stipulated in side chat, and taking it so personally, and your persecution complex and all this fucking toxic Christian behavior. You're breaking my room rules, cunt. So when you stop breaking my room rules, maybe I'll develop some kind of neurodegenerative disease and forget about your bad behavior, Enta. But you're breaking my room rules. And then crying when I'm enforcing my room rules for you breaking my room rules is breaking more of my room rules. So do you see how you're the narcissistic cunt that can't follow my rules that I've had here since February 2026, and I'm not doing anything personally to you? This is how I am. These are my boundaries. If you can't respect them, click the fucking disconnect, you invalid, right? What's your problem? I have put all of my rules up there for people like you so you know the rules of engagement. And one of my peeves is that when I enforce my rules, listening to some whiny cunt who lacks the executive function to fucking leave and expects me to change who I am for them. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you now, then, and always. That's never going to change. You're not important to me. You will never be important to me. You're important to the people in your life, and you're not in mine. You're a transient function of somebody who this room is intended as a resource for people looking to escape their current ideological and philosophical positions. It does not say to come in here and preach and get equal time for your bullshit. It's a resource for people looking to escape their current ideological positions. This is why we're at an impasse, because you're dumb, don't know how to read, dumb cunt ass, won't read my fucking rules of engagement and engage properly. You want to come in here and preach, you're getting shut the fuck down, and you're crying about it. So stop it. Be a man. Make an executive decision here. Do you want to stay under the thumb of my reign, or do you want to go outside and play?
I'll stay here as long as you're not a cunt too.
Yep. That's just not a stipulant. Nowhere in my rules does it say I got to obey your shit. You're in my room. This is my radio show. I get to run it the way that I want, bro. And you're giving nonstop fucking pushback to this, and you're derailing any productive conversation. The answer is okay. That's it. That's all you get to say. You get to do it my way or the fucking highway. When you have your own room, guess what? You're going to do it your way. And if anybody has a problem with it, you're going to tell them the highway. This is fair and reasonable. It's why I took the time back in February 20th, 2026 to post that articulated mission statement and then room rules that make it convenient for people to read. Everybody can see it, Enta. Everybody can see me calling you out as a low IQ retard who lacks the executive function to go do something else, to go play outside. You want to throw a temper tantrum like a little fucking toddler that you don't like my rules and you don't like my environment, the one that I provide for this community here. They can come in and enjoy this wonderful content, and then they can go fuck themselves, right? That's how it works. And you're just crying like a little bitch. So if I have to moderate you, I'm going to unmute you. However, Enta, be on good behavior, because if I have to moderate you within like the next minute, it's going to be a right click, mouse over apps and select room ban. And you'll be banned until I reset my ban list. And it could be a month. You see, it's been open for 1,000 hours. So any asshole that got banned like day one, they've been banned for 1,000 fucking hours this whole goddamn time, basically. Right? I think. Yeah, that's not how that works. But they've been banned. People get banned a lot. Rinse and repeat, bro. Like, I want to have the conversation, but dude, I have a low functioning emotional quotient. Okay? I have a problem with my brain. It makes me an asshole. Okay? And you're triggering me. And so if it helps you understand, you're basically making fun of a retard right now. Like when you say all this rage baiting shit that I'm immediately trying to buy into, but I got to go with years of like anger management classes just to regulate so I don't rage out on you and shit. That's not nice, dude. That's not nice to do that. That's why I have these rules of engagement so that we can have the conversation. Why are you typing? Bro, look, this is what I see. Look, I want you to see something. This is what I see. Right here. This is what I see. I don't see it post. Hopefully it posted a screenshot of what I see. Now look, I'm going to right click on you. I'm going to copy user ID. I have no idea what you've typed. In my little thing here, look, watch. This is what I will be typing. I got to clear it out real quick. I will be typing that. Let me do it real quick. Yeah, you did it. Okay, now let it function. Let it do its thing. And let's see, it's not responding. Try it again. Yeah, there we go. There. So I didn't read anything that you wasted your time. You should have been listening the whole time, because now see you're muted all that extra time. You've been muted because you were typing, right? Which is talking, which is yapping when I'm trying to talk to you. This whole time I'm taking the patience. Everybody knows that if I wasn't trying, I would have just banned you by now. So I'm trying. I'm fucking trying. And what are you doing? Every opportunity I give you to not make fun of me for being a retard, which is I'm an asshole, you do that. You do things to derail, to take away from the to like cross my barriers and boundaries and shit, dude. Like you've got an issue. You have an issue. This isn't on me. This is on you. You keep being an asshole. You can see I'm being honest. Like, I'm not giving a shit about all that crap, like that crap you typed in side chat. That was a waste of your time, my time, and I'm talking about it right now. I would have been, and you would have been unmuted by now. And in fact, if you had just been following my room rules from the beginning, wouldn't have had to have moderated you basically at all. I don't have to moderate everyone, Anta. It's just you think that you're going to get the same treatment here as I have as the moderator, as the room owner. Every time I unmute you, you're like, oh, we're equals. I'm going to get everything this guy wants. Nope. You don't get it. And you're stuck at not getting it. This is why I'm trying to be as articulate about this as possible, so that I feel like I'm not providing you enough information, because when I unmute you, you keep with the mouthy shit, and that's just going to trigger me and get you muted. So if you're getting frustrated and you have a high emotional quotient, use it, okay? Because I don't. I'm going to rage bait right into it. Use your high emotional, unless you're a retard like me and you got a low EQ. Do you have a low EQ? I don't know. You can't even respond right now, so you're kind of fully cut. But I have a low EQ, which is why I'm doing all this right now, because it's cathartic. You're more useful to me this way than when I was trying to get content out of you. Now I'm gassing out and chastising you, and I'm about to unchastise you. You will refresh me to want to chastise you more if you keep acting like a fucking low IQ retard. That's what's going to happen. So, here, look, unmuted. Do it. So you were hopefully over it now? Say, look, watch this, watch son. God, just done with him. I didn't hear his voice. He contributed nothing. He's not trying to have a conversation. Just done. I don't sit there and chastise people like that. You follow my room rules or you get the fuck out.
Criterion of embarrassment.
Yeah, they're used to it. Be so embarrassed if I believed in that stupid shit too. They just don't understand how story building works, I guess. And it is a historical thing too. Like, remember I was saying that, like when historians are reading about narrative, they do put more weight on accounts of one's own defeat versus their victories. Sort of along the
It's
same
not even.
thread.
Yeah, what they describe seems to be counter towards what I'm reading here. It seems to be just no reason to invent a fact that hurts their own cause. And I feel like the real issue here is that like there is like this premise that they brought up, which is like hold the person in high esteem. uh, where it's like, hey, your causes could still have the person holding up held in a position of power, but you want the specific outcome out of it. So it's like esteem is like a very small factor here.
Hey, what was the SD? You sent me a picture of a picture. I think
Wait, what?
you sent me a picture of like the room rules or something.
Oh no, I was sending it to that other guy because he's acting like a lot of people, you know, like that. I'm just mod abusing. It's like, nah, dude, it's just how I am. This is why I got these rules. Follow the rules, and it won't be a problem. But they don't want to follow the rules. They expect me to like change my behaviors and stuff. It's just not going to happen.
Oh, okay, because you sent it to me, I think.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. I was like, I didn't know. I was like, what? I'm just trying to figure out, like, dissect it. Like, wait, was I over talking?
No, I was talking to the other guy.
No, he definitely did not want to follow any rules.
Dude, I get if my rules are too much for some people. Absolutely understand.
I don't know. I think they're pretty fucking fair. Prove it. Bro. Are you going to prove it or just sit there quietly, unmuted?
He's probably still butthurt, dude.
Oh, is this the guy?
Yeah, I mod abused him.
I mean, you enforce the room rules like a good ruler should.
Yeah, but this is a Christian we're talking about. They have ego problems.
And an intelligence problem, and a retention problem too. Sucks parents abuse their children like this. It's crazy. Like, imagine not being embarrassed from the things that this guy said earlier. Wow.
Yeah. It sucked.
Yeah, I think your definition of the embarrassment thing was way more accurate than what this guy was trying to push.
I mean, because, like, why would an author try to make their character more relatable, man? You can't explain that. It's like, how do people not know they're ad homing me when they point out that I'm a dick? Like, that's literally an ad hom.
Yeah, that's true. But you're not a dick, you're a human. Right?
I mean, yeah, but I'm a dick, though. I mean, they're right about that, but still, it's an ad hom. Like, it's irrelevant that I'm a dick. You're just pointing at me and making fun of me for it.
Yeah. Yeah, but the information you're giving it's correct. So I mean, I guess you're right. That would be an ad hom for them to just be like, "Hey, you're being a dick." And you're like, "I know." Like I am a dick. Like that's just
Yeah.
how I am.
It's because they're dicks. They just can't tell because they've been treated their whole life like their attitudes and behaviors and stuff are not dickish behaviors. So.
Well, I mean, I feel like they've been treated like pussies.
Yeah, and they have all this like privilege and shit.
Right. What gets me if Harry Potter would have been considered a true story, this guy would be like, yeah, it's true because they said it was.
Yeah, well, he does believe
No,
that.
no. But if they hold the wizard in high esteem,
there we go.
Oh,
it
okay,
would
my
be
bad.
they wouldn't say it. Like they wouldn't say something so embarrassing unless it was true.
Now can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I don't know what was going on. Did Discord disconnect for you guys?
No, it was
I
working
think my
perfectly fine.
yeah, I think my
Okay.
God didn't want you talking there, didn't I?
Now, in all fairness, I didn't actually know that there was even room on. So no, that's fair. Or room mod rules. Sorry, let me put it like that.
You don't check
So
for
that's-
rules for places you enter?
Yeah, and don't be sorry, just do fucking better, man.
Yeah, dude, I am a high functioning, low EQ knuckle dragger.
Notice how one of the rules in the side chat is no devil's advocate. So when I was harping on you for presenting beliefs nobody's holding, I was being pertinent to the rules and trying to be productive to the conversation. But no, you
Thank-
insist.
Insist what?
You
You're
insisted.
Every single one of you guys has to get out. That's basically how you put it down, dude. Like the level of narcissism, bro. It's just insane.
Just from my point of view, I was just trying to have a fruitful conversation where we both heard each other's ideas. That's all. But if that's
It
not the
was
rule of the
it
room,
was
then that's
fruitless. It was completely fruitless because you said nothing novel.
So do you want to now? If you're okay, that's fine.
Like,
I respect that.
when someone's doing historiography, I feel like one of the most prevalent things that should be considered are our understanding of reality today and comparing that with past events. So, ascendancy from gods and the claim of the emperor is an issue for me because we don't have precedent for this. Walking on water. We don't have precedent for this. So why should we believe in the Buddha lotus story?
I'm not saying you have to.
Yeah, but it's clearly I think it's good reason to discard the story.
Each other that we have to believe this. Because we're appealing to
why
logic
you're
and
bringing up-
reason and soundness, right? We're trying to compel each other to believe. So that's what philosophies are for, is to put the burden of belief on your interlocutor to do that. To accept what you're saying is true. Not just to get on a soapbox and speak to the fucking ether and be heard. A lot of rooms will do that, but think about it more like therapy. This ain't therapy, but think about it more like you would therapy. We're trying to get to the core of your beliefs, your individual brain, and how you're using it, your epistemology, what you would consider truth finding or fact finding, things like that. Those help us understand how you think so that we could construct, or I could construct, the proper memetics to unfuck the damage that this culture has done to your brain. They made you like this. This ain't your fault, but it's toxic as fuck, dude, and I hate seeing it in people.
Yeah, I guess in regards to like the Buddha lotus thing, I guess really the key would be to like distinguish a religious claim from the historical evidence offered for that claim. And that's why I say you got
No,
to take things
there's
case by
no
case.
distinguishing in historiography.
I
It's
I
what is
disagree.
what do we understand about reality, and then whether that's real, regardless of this type of claim that you're making.
Well, but even historians, like if there's like if you look at the ancient world, like in antiquity, predominantly almost, I mean, I'm not even kidding, almost every single piece of literature contains some form of religious aspect, and historians take that with like a grain of salt, you know, like but that's
Right,
where
because
the idea is it
and
comes
the
like
grain
case
of
by case.
salt is the methodology I described just earlier.
No, not necessarily that. The methodology is actually what I'm referring to, where there's the religious claim distinguished from the historical evidence offered by a religious claim. So just as like for the example when you brought up, what was it that you brought up earlier? Not the
Well, I
Odyssey.
kind of I would go a
I
step
was gonna.
further here.
Sorry.
It's like for the Buddha situation, this is happening in a time period where the level of artifacts and written records are skim, very slim to that time period. But for the time period of Jesus Christ, allegedly, we have a lot of artifacts to work with. And it's interesting to note that there are no artifacts or documents written at the time of Jesus that mention anything about Jesus between the years 0 and 30.
Yeah, but you don't. There's a lot of things that are written after a person existed for a lot of historical figures. That doesn't
Well,
mean we can't know historical
was
things about them.
was Nazareth under Roman rule?
Yes, given that it was in the nation of
And
Israel, yes.
was Rome under like a chain of command that had had documents that went up the chain?
Sure, but not about everything.
Right. And so if something happened at the level of the dead came back to life in the jurisdiction of Rome, wouldn't that go up the chain?
Not necessarily, no.
Why not?
Because the claims are coming from his followers. It isn't coming necessarily from the Romans themselves. So
Wait, did
the idea behind
the dead not come back to life and appear themselves before everyone in town?
well,
I guess that
you're
was
talking
it.
about like
I guess that
no,
wasn't
if you're talking,
Nazareth. That was Jerusalem, if I'm not mistaken, in Matthew.
I mean, Jesus resurrected in Jerusalem, so yeah, but the aspect
Right.
behind it
And was
though is that
Jerusalem under
who
Roman
Jesus.
rule? Were the Roman guards in Jerusalem?
Yeah, but like I said, just because something happens, that doesn't mean that it's important to Romans.
Well,
Lots of people claimed
wait,
a lot
the
of things
dead
back
coming
then.
back to life is not important for military like interest. Like
Well,
if
no,
there was such a thing and a guard did not report it, I would have their head if I was a
but who did
Roman
Jesus report
ruler.
it to? Or who did Jesus
What?
resurrect in? Who did Jesus when the claim is that he resurrected? Who did he appear to? It wasn't the
The entire
Romans.
town. He appeared before the whole town.
No, it doesn't say he appeared before the whole town.
All the saints resurrected and appeared before the whole town.
It doesn't say anything about at that time that the people resurrected. That was actually the text you're referring to. That's even
It does
before the
say.
crucifixion. Hey, no, I'm sorry. No, hang on. I see where the misconception is coming from. That is a text that's actually before Jesus is even crucified. That is not. Some
No, this
scholars
is
actually.
this is a text after he was crucified
Nope.
and resurrects.
Nope. That's not true. Go
Do
to
you
the
want me
here.
to give you the verse?
Yeah, actually, please do, and I'll show you what I
Okay.
mean. It's right. It's actually before his crucifixion and resurrection. It's not during his resurrection. I was gonna get it too.
Matthew 27, 51, 53.
Beautiful. Matthew 27, 51. And behold, the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, and the earth shook, and the rocks were split. The tombs also were open, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many. When the centurion and those who were with him, keeping watch over Jesus, saw the earthquake and what took place, they were filled with awe and said,
The
"Truly, this
Roman
was the Son of God."
centurions. Yeah?
Yep. Now, look at verse 57. What is that about?
I'm currently gaming. You're gonna have to read it to me.
This is before Jesus is even buried. He hasn't even resurrected yet.
I'm sorry. All the saints came back to life?
Yeah, this is before Jesus is even buried. So the
All right.
tombs
So
also were open.
okay, I'm interested in all these people coming back to life and showing up in town, and not a single Roman report to the emperor about it.
Yeah, that's because this isn't actually happening at the time Jesus was actually resurrected himself. It's
But
during
not talking about an alleged event.
I know. I'm
In
explaining.
Roman control, and not
I'm
a single
explaining.
Roman record to affirm it.
Yeah, I'm explaining something. Whenever it comes to this specifically, it's not referring to the exact resurrection of Jesus Christ.
But I'm not. That's not the issue.
I know. I'm pointing at some scholars point out that this may actually be apocalyptic, not actually literally at the time period, because it's out of chronological order.
It's something that did not happen.
No, it
is what I'm claiming.
Yeah, no, that's the point. It didn't happen, and when it comes to scholars interpreting this, the idea behind it is that it's not actually something that happened when Jesus resurrected himself. It's out of chronological order. Some have even argued that this is an apocalyptic view, not necessarily about Jesus and the time period for the resurrection itself. That's where the forced interpretation is coming from.
So
and
words
scholars
don't.
point this out.
What? So you don't believe this testimony is accurate?
I never said that. I'm saying it's out of chronological order, which means that this is not when people rise from the dead during the time of Jesus' resurrection. He's not even buried yet, and they're talking about the resurrection of Jesus.
But do you believe this is in between the years 0 and 30?
No, I can see why scholars actually hold to this being apocalyptic. It doesn't necessarily
When do
have
you
to
think
be.
when do you think this happened?
It doesn't necessarily mean it. I can't give a time, because if it's apocalyptic, that means end times. Scholars have pointed this out. That's why the
You
point of
think
the
this?
matter
You
being out
think
of
this hasn't
chronological order.
happened yet?
Correct.
You think this is a future? And what
Again,
gives you that indication?
because I keep saying this, it's out of chronological order. Jesus has not even been buried yet. So to talk about the resurrection of Jesus, some scholars have actually only pointed out that this is not referring to the resurrection of Jesus, but the return of Jesus in the resurrection of the saints. And this is where these people receive these things. There's a whole entire study about this that's been done. Now, I'm not necessarily
It sounds like a whole matter of cope in order to rationalize something that is clearly
if
not
you're
a
not
thing.
if you're not familiar with it, then sure, you can make that that kind of claim about it. But when you actually study about the sources itself and demonstrate how, when it comes to the order in which these things take place, all the way up to the ascension of Jesus, this is all in chronological order. But for some reason, when it comes to the resurrection, Jesus is said for the saints to be resurrected before actually when he was crucified, before he was buried,
So,
before he was
I
resurrected.
mean, but you clearly agree that it didn't happen.
No, not at that time, correct. And that's what I was trying to point out, where the
Right. And
the
so
conflation may have been between the resurrection of Jesus versus the resurrection of the saints.
historiography confirms this, that this is not a thing.
Sure, I mean, if you want to misinterpret it, then yeah, sure, it wouldn't. I mean, that
Wait,
would make
why
sense
is
why it
this
didn't
a
happen yet.
misinterpretation?
I already pointed that out.
All right. So if
I
you
said it
choose
multiple
to deny
times.
reality, right?
What?
This would be accurate. If you just choose to like bend whether words mean things and use your mental gymnastics, which you call literary interpretations,
Well,
literary
that you.
devices, was it?
Well, no, but that burden of proof would be on you to say that I'm coping. When I'm simply just explaining even what scholars say and why they said it. I gave the evidence for it. You may not accept
Well,
it, but that's, I
it's
mean,
like it's just like to believe magic is real requires
again,
extraordinary evidence, I believe.
analogy. But that would be a false analogy. Just because you see where the aspect of magic occurs doesn't mean that this wasn't the case. That's why I always say you have to take it case by case historically. Historiographies take everything case by case. You don't just throw the baby out with the bathwater just because it contains something religious. Historians don't do that. So why do you?
Historians do that.
No, they don't.
Like
They
there's
take
historians
the religious
understand
aspect with a
magic
grain of
isn't
salt.
real.
Again, they take it with a grain of salt, sure, but they don't biasly accept it just
What?
because they don't biasly
No, they
throw it out because
unbiasedly say this
hang
is
on, I was
not
just gonna
how
say
reality works.
I was just gonna say real quick, actually, that they don't throw it out because it's either a theological or a religious claim. They take it with a grain of salt and they consider it, but they don't
Yeah,
conclude their
but
judgment based on it.
well, I mean, the salt
Why do
accumulates
you do that?
with our understanding of reality.
Well, again, until you have the special case, which that is in reality
Well,
where you
I
have
mean,
special
it's
cases.
like, okay, so it seems like you're
Do you
abusing.
agree that there are special cases?
What?
There are special cases in reality. Just because you don't experience something specific doesn't mean that this doesn't happen or occur then, or in one way, shape, or form. That would be a special case. Now, if we have a justifiable means to demonstrate that, hey, the probability of this is actually more likely than low probability, then we have a justifiable,
Like,
reasonable
what's your
belief.
special case? What special case do you have in mind?
Sure, let's use the resurrection.
Wow,
dude, using the thing in question, it's very stupid.
But anything that I would bring up would be in question because anything that I would use is a special case.
Well, the argument here is that there aren't
what? A special case?
special cases.
Yeah, but in reality, there is special cases. So you would be going against
Well,
reality in
that would
aspect.
be okay. When you're saying in reality, that's as far as you accept it.
Well, as far as you accept it too, though.
No, which ones am I accepting?
he thinks we accept zombies.
No, I think that when it comes to a special case, you accept them as long as they can correlate with what
Which
you
one?
think
Which
reality
one?
already
Which
is.
one? Which one am I
Somebody
accepting?
somebody originally able to create or split an atom.
What?
Dude, what? How is that a special case?
Because there was never a case where somebody was able to split an atom until the nuclear bomb was created.
What are you
But
talking about?
I'm able to like
A
observe
special
reality.
case. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about too. History is just
Yeah, but
the
I can
observation
confirm
of
that.
reality in which people experience.
I
That's all
can
history is.
confirm subatomic interactions.
Sure. Now, was there a time where there was where nobody did ever experience subatomic examples?
No.
Yeah, but
Yes,
we're
there
talking
is.
about things going against
Yes.
reality. But we have things
Your
in
pain is
reality to confirm the subatomic interactions.
Well,
I don't think this is a
you're
good
doing this weird
example.
appeal to mystery, bro.
No, not at all. No, I'm not actually. What I'm actually given examples in reality that you guys would accept as a special case. Nobody before an atom was split experienced an atom splitting. I'm
Well,
just
it's
giving
like
an
I'm
example.
talking. It's like my understanding of special in this regard was something like magic that goes against reality.
Well, heck, there's even technology today that people in the past thought was just magic.
Wow, dude.
It's like you're appealing to the shit we don't know, like some kind of mystery, bro.
So because
No, not at all.
like
I'm just simply
so
pointing out that in reality you do have a special case, but ultimately when it comes to your level of reasoning, then all of a
So
sudden,
basically,
you could throw it-
everything outside current understanding of reality, you're just filing under the same umbrella.
No, not at
speaking.
all. No, I'm not saying that at all. Like, for example, we don't know. I mean, we can talk about like energy, just for example, but we don't know what energy exactly is. But that's not an appeal to mystery when we know, in fact, that there is.
But it's like we observe things in reality today to compare with. Right?
Yeah, we have epistemic priors. This dude's using semantics.
But in the case that I'm bringing up, we don't observe anything in reality today to compare with this. And that's the issue. And that's what I'm saying is like your quote unquote special case. But you're saying something else and you're just trying to put it under this one umbrella when it's like clearly not addressing the issue at hand.
Yeah, you're trying to like get us to be like guilty of what you do, but fundamentally we're not even remotely doing anything related to what you're doing. Like, I work from two epistemic models, and they're always interrelated. One of them is my foundational epistemics. Wait, are you lagging out, dude?
No, I got a phone call. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying that I approach this from two different epistemic models, but they're interrelated. So one of them is my foundational epistemics, which is empiricism. So I'm an empiricist. The other one I call nerd speak. Now, in nerd speak, I don't believe any of that shit. That's just what the nerds say. So if like you want to know like what the atomic weight of a thing is, I'd be like, well, it's 7. And if you're like, why? I'm gonna be like, because that's what the nerds say. But if you ask me, hey, does your ass hurt? I'm gonna be like, nah. It may in a little bit because the way I'm sitting, it might hurt, and I have to like adjust. And then you could be like, well, do you know that? I'm like, yeah, I know that. I know my ass does not hurt right now, but it might hurt in a few because my foot's kind of hurting a little bit. I might have to move my foot here before my ass. And that's something I know because that's part of my empiricism, right? That's just I'm experiencing that shit, and so that's true. But when you're asking about nerd speak is about trying to build a bunch of fucking nerdy ideas in your brain and construct nerd models, and you understand nerd speak and shit like that. And is any of that true or false? Who gives a fuck? It's just what the nerds are saying, man. No one's trying to tell you to accept that, like, the Big Bang did a thing, right? It's just a model. If it's wrong, it's fucking wrong. No one gives a shit. It's like you guys care more about the Big Bang being wrong than people who are proponents of Big Bang, right? Because the moment the Big Bang's wrong, I'm going to be like, yeah, it's retarded. It's super retarded. Like, here's all the reasons why it's retarded. I can't believe we believe in shit. We were that dumb. I'm just saying, it's not going to matter. You could be like, you know your mom? I'm gonna be like, yeah. And they're like, she's not your mom. Here's the DNA evidence. I'm gonna be like, dang, that sucks.
Yeah.
I don't care about that.
No, I understand. And it's not really my job or responsibility to try to convince you. So that's why you're like coming into
Yeah,
the
it
room.
is. Yeah, it is your job.
No, not in the sense of like if I have the burden of proof, that's one aspect.
Hey, man.
But
Hey,
like,
do you
as
care
a
what
Christian,
Jesus said?
Sure, yeah.
Let me give you a multiple choice. Someone said, be ready always to answer any question a man asks you and do it with meekness and fear. Was it A, Jesus Christ? Was it B, La Christos? Was it C, some other language where it means Jesus Christ? Or D, another language where it means the same thing as Jesus Christ? Who said that?
It would be none of the above.
No,
actually,
it was Jesus Christ.
It was Peter, actually. It wasn't
Yeah,
Jesus.
it was Jesus Christ.
Peter, if you want to be accurate.
No, it was Jesus.
No,
Peter
that's
citing
false.
Jesus?
No, that's Peter. He doesn't cite Jesus either.
Citing
It's
Jesus, yeah.
No, he doesn't cite Jesus.
What's the
It's
next verse, then? What's the next verse?
You're talking about 1 Peter 3:15 and 16.
Yeah, what's the next verse?
Yeah, that's not.
What did I leave out?
Yeah, that's not Jesus. That's Peter.
What did
saying
I
that.
leave out? What did I leave out?
I mean, if you're talking, you left out a lot. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, what's the next verse? So be ready always to answer any man who asks you, and do it with meekness and fear.
Sure.
Go on. What's the next verse? Mr. Expert that knows this is Peter, what's the next verse? You could look it up.
Here it is.
Look it up.
No, I got it. That's what I'm doing. Having a good conscience, so that when you're slandered, those who revile your good behavior in Christ may be put to shame. Still not Jesus.
Yeah, it is. What is he citing
not.
right there? What is the citation?
He's not citing anything. This is his own saying.
Read it
This
again.
is his own
Read it
commandment.
again.
Having a good conscience, so that when you are slandered,
Go
those who
back.
revile...
Go back. Nope, you're doing it. Go back. 1 Peter 3:15. Start with 15.
But in your hearts, honor Christ the Lord as holy, always being prepared to make a defense to anyone who asks you for a reason for the hope that is in you.
Go back. You read it too quick. You read it way too quick. Read the first. Read 15 again. Do it slowly.
But in your hearts, honor Christ the Lord as holy.
Wait, hold on. Read it again. Oh, one more time. One more time.
But in your hearts, honor Christ the Lord as holy, always being prepared to make a defense.
Right there. Did you hear it? Did you hear it right there?
Yeah.
Honor
I heard
Christ.
Peter's word.
Right, honor
Yeah,
Christ.
that's not Jesus' words, though.
It's Christ.
It's Peter. It's
Dude,
Peter saying that about
swear
Christ.
to fuck.
And how to honor him.
If you tell me again one more time that Peter was a heretic,
You're such an idiot, dude.
hey, dude, if you interrupt me again,
Oh, you guys vote.
right, it'll be banned. Yeah, there it is. Let me explain. So what he's trying to do is say that Peter the heretic was lying, and this was not Jesus. That's what he's trying to say. Because he cites Jesus in 15, and then in 17, I think, he cites Jesus' sacrifice. So he says, honor Christ because Christ sacrificed for you, that you'll sacrifice for him. And to do so is to answer all the questions that we ask you. That's your sacrifice. That's what you're supposed to do, is convince me to believe in your pedophilic religion. That's what Jesus is saying. But he wants to act like Jesus wasn't saying this, that this is not Jesus, that this is just forget about it. This is Moses or something. Somebody else is saying it. Which it doesn't matter who else is saying it, because it's for Jesus, by Jesus, in the name of Jesus. So he's just a heretic right there. And I just saved him from hell. You guys see that? I saved him from hell. What a dishonest sack of shit. That was him.
How's it going?
Are you going to prove it, Dan?
Oh, I've been here many times. I've proved it many times. I
Well,
guess I'll
then
do it
prove
again. That's what I say every time. I have a can of Pringles next to me, and I give it the label of God. God exists.
And you believe this?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want low IQ retards in my room, so I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
What?
No, it's fine,
You
dude.
guys
I'm
are
not
usually
trying to.
fine
I'm
with
not
that.
going to take your right to believe that stupid shit away from you, but you got to have like more IQs than that to be in here.
Okay. Can I ask one more question, or do you just want me to leave?
I just told you I don't engage with low IQ retards, bro.
Okay. Well, we've had conversations, and I'm not retarded, but okay.
If you believe that stupid shit, yeah, you're fucking retarded. And if you don't believe that stupid shit, then you're violating my room rules, and I'll ban you. So you're either retarded or you're a rule-breaking piece of shit. Which is it?
Well, either one results in me getting kicked out of here.
Are you sure?
When I guess I'm retarded, but I'm not retarded, and I'd like to unfuck my brain. Is that?
No, there's
method
no
works?
unfucking that. That's just you going around pointing at shit and believing that it's something that what? Something else? You just do this? You just go point at stuff and call it God? That's what your dumb ass does?
Well, I'm not saying I point to the Pringles can and say, "Oh, this transcends my lens."
No, why would you do that at all? Why don't you just call it a fucking Pringles can and stop confusing people?
Well, how do you prove God exists then?
The fuck are you talking about? I'm an Igtheist.
You can't. You just, it's like it's outside of your lens. You're not. It transcends that.
We're not. You're
There's
not
no way to
talking
know.
about me. You're talking about you and your inabilities. I don't have that
I
problem.
don't know. Big theists don't
Yeah, bro,
reject
he ain't
God.
cognitively impotent like you.
No.
So I mean, you're too busy trying to like preserve whatever brain damage you have, and you're not listening to what. Just trying to avoid the scrutiny. Like you're gonna fly into the radar. Like you're not gonna be immediately fucking attacked.
Well, tell me. I want to know.
No, you don't.
Tell me the
You came in
retardation so I
and
can
did some
acknowledge it.
dumb shit. You clearly don't want to know some shit.
I clearly do, because I'm asking.
You're not. You're trying to gaslight people into believing that you believe like Pringles cans could be God. I don't know why you're saying this. Like, how do I engage with that level of idiocy?
Why does it not work? Why is it
What are you
idiocy?
talking about? What is what not work?
Why is
you
it
just pointing
idiocy?
at stuff, calling it fucking God?
Yeah, why does
What's
that not?
supposed to
Why
work
is that
there?
not
What are
compatible?
you conveying with that?
Proof of God.
Wow.
What could you not point at? What in reality is not God then? Because you had to be able to add context, right? In order to say what something is, we have to say what it's not. And if everything can be something, then it becomes ambiguous.
Probably something that transcends my lens that I can't see.
So at best, you have an appeal to mystery. This is ridiculous.
You're just not a good faith interlocutor, dude. I can't trust that anything that you're saying is something you believe, dude.
Hmm. Okay. So you reject absolute morality, correct?
What do you mean by absolute?
Absolute morality, absolute truth, as in a framework or a fundamental foundation in reality, a superstructure of reality that cannot be broken and is just there, just as gravity is there, and it is a part of the universe.
There in which sense?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Gravity being there in which sense? Gravity is a relationship. It's like a verb, running. Where is the
Yes.
running? Say, if a runner going from A to B, where's the running?
Gravity it's everywhere all the time. It's not running in a direction.
No, I'm just talking about just like how verbs don't have ontology. When you're referring to
Okay.
gravity, what are you referring to specifically?
I don't understand.
Like, you acknowledge that there's nothing to refer to when you like have a runner going from A to B. Like, when you say running,
Yes.
what is the ontology of running? Where is the running?
You don't know. It just is.
How is it?
I guess you could say it's in with human construct. We just made the word to
Okay,
describe
then
a doing
I would
thing.
disagree. I would disagree then. It's like
Okay.
this notion of absolute I'm not buying as being like a thing.
So you don't think gravity is a fundamental superstructure of our universe?
Like, are you like, what are you referring to exactly? You're gonna have to be more specific.
Nothing transcends gravity. Nothing is greater than it. Nothing encapsulates gravity, other than the fact it is a.
It's like
Other
you're
than the
using
terminology
the
that.
term. I'm having issues with the term because of how imprecisely you're using it.
The term gravity?
Yeah. Because, like, gravity, as I understand, is a force.
Yes.
It's a relationship between two objects.
Mm-hmm.
Do I agree that objects have relationships? Yes. Do I agree that a relationship is a thing that's out there somewhere fundamentally? No. Just like how running isn't out there somewhere fundamentally.
I need to think about this. So gravity isn't fundamental because it requires other things, which would make it not fundamental. It's a part of the relationship between the things, and the things that it's a part of the relationship in aren't fundamental.
No. Gravity is the relationship.
It is the relationship.
Like, things themselves and their properties are fundamental.
Like, what property would be fundamental of a thing?
Like mass.
Like math?
Like mass or momentum.
Mass. Oh, okay. Okay. I might be diverging a little bit. What would you say about time then? It's always moving forward. It's like a thing that just keeps going forward.
Well, hold on. We actually don't know the exact direction of time. We know it flows in a direction that we perceive as forward. But that's a perception that we have that it's flowing in that direction. That's part of our experience. And there may be something about mass and matter that provides directionality. I know that nerds are coming up with tests to test the direction of time. Apparently, there's a new model or a new experiment they're doing where they sort of um, dope particles to a quantum state that the direction of the flow of time can leave its stank on a thing that we can detect, and that can indicate which direction the flow of time is going. But insofar as us perceiving a directionality of time, it's not coming from a direction that is coherent to our directionally orientated brain, like the way that our brains process direction in 3 dimensions.
Okay. Yeah.
Time is coming from, or would be more analogous to, a direction perpendicular to the three that you know, which doesn't really make sense to us. So, but there may be a way to detect the flow direction, like I guess the vector. I remember reading a study about 2 weeks ago about this, but I didn't get fully into it because it was way over my head.
Okay, you got my hidden
So-
assumption out of the way.
Time is the difference between conceptual arrangements of things. So, conceptual arrangements are not real. There are things, and things change.
Conceptual arrangement.
Like, there are changing things. But time is not a thing.
It's time's a way of looking at that, but it's not really a thing. It's a thing that we can use within our own lens.
It's another relationship, like the running.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I wish I could be more trivial, but it's just not trivial.
Yeah, no, all good. I just pop in here sometimes to have my mind broken out a little bit so I can think about things. I need to think.
All right, mode, prove it.
If you came in muted, bro, we do not fuck with that.
Oh wait, hold on. I could sacrifice myself for you, dude.
Well, he's a journeyman. It's not an initiate.
There, you can talk.
Thank you, bro.
Now prove it.
What should I prove?
It's a God thing, dude. What do you think?
What do you said? The God thing. Want me to prove God existence?
Yeah.
Well, whatever you believe in, prove that.
I believe in God. Yeah, right. Well, how should I prove it? Wait.
Well, you believe in God. Yeah, like you believe in God as an existent being, right? Like God exists, right?
Yeah, right.
I would say for any object that exists, we can prove it. If we can't prove it, then I would say that thing does not exist. It's tantamount to our imagination, right? And I think that's a good way of investigating reality.
Yeah, right. Wait, so how do you think we existed in the first place? What do you think the cause?
There is no first place.
And if we fail to answer your question, will you be unable to demonstrate the existence of your God thing?
So you believe that the universe is infinite?
Did you not hear what Matt just asked you? That if we don't answer your questions, are you going to be unable to prove your God thing?
If you answer my question, or if you don't.
Like,
So
if
hold
we
on.
don't,
If I tell you,
we're asking you to prove something, and you keep asking us questions, it seems like we're helping you prove it. Is that the case?
So you want me? Oh, okay.
well,
So
here, bro.
I think
if I tell you I have a dog, right? No. Let me show you this. Let me show you. If I tell you I have a dog, right? Do I got to ask you about a bunch of questions in order for you to accept that I have the dog, or can I just show you the dog?
You can just show me the dog.
Because the dog exists, right?
Yeah, right. But God is not like the same. You can't compare God to that.
Well, no, you're just saying God's not a thing that you can prove. Like,
Yeah,
exists.
I mean, I can prove it. I mean, philosophically, but I can't. I can't prove it like that. I mean, like, you know.
No,
So
you're saying that you could talk about your map. You're not saying that you could prove it exists, because we're asking to prove it exists so that when you talk about your map, we could fact check your map.
Okay, let me just tell you how I see things, how I think about it. So when I see something that has design on it and something that is complex,
so
I say that this
Yeah,
must
this is
have
typical
been
Muslim
coming.
stuff, dude. Like, you're saying the same thing I've
Here,
heard
let
every
us-
single
let-
Muslim before you say, dude.
Okay, so I shouldn't say anything just because
here,
somebody
here,
said it.
let me show you the way we think. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's say X.
Let's say what?
Good.
For any proposition X, right? Any proposition X. So in order to talk meaningfully about X, we have to say what X is in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order to say what X is, we need to know that X exists, right?
Right.
And this is true for all aspects of reality, including the creator of it. And it would know this, right?
Right.
But we're left here begging the question, you and I, rather than having clear direction on it. So it doesn't seem like our problem.
Yeah, because you're saying, look, God exists in such a way, it's kind of unique, where, like, I could say things about it, but I can't prove it. And I'm saying that's not unique. Literally every fictitious or imaginary character looks exactly like that.
So what do you want me to say to you?
Well, I would like you to differentiate imagination and reality here. When you say God is, I'm asking you to show the things real, because that's the statement you're making. God
No,
is.
because I'm trying to see what I have right now. I'm trying to look at the universe,
You
what
have
I have right now,
semantics. Yeah, you have
and
semantics.
and try to go back and reflect. So how do you think?
Yeah, you have
what
semantics.
caused this
That's
to
what you
happen?
have. I have more than semantics. I have
What
semantics
do you
plus
have?
epistemics and ontology. All you have is semantic.
Okay, so tell me how do you think about it?
I think that all you have is a semantic model, which is why you're asking me to discuss my ontological model. Because you don't have ontology to appeal to. So you keep asking me about my ontology. But what you're not getting is that my
Bro,
ontology is your ontology. It's reality.
bro, can you reduce a little bit of these buzzwords? This is not my native language.
Yeah, so semantics is the nature of what words mean. So like hotness, you can understand that a thing may be hot, right?
Mm.
So you can apply hotness to a lot of different, you can apply it to a cheeseburger, the sky, anything. You can apply this concept, hotness, can be applied to all things that can be hot, right? Like that's just how you use, that's semantics, word usage, symbolic reasoning and representation. Then there's epistemics and ontology. Epistemics and ontology are related in that they discuss reality in some facet. So ontology is discussing being. The word is, right? That's reference to being, isness. When you say something is, you're referring to its state of being, right? That it's real and it's in a condition. It has a condition, and that condition is being. Then you have epistemology, and that is a description and method of reason for why you're giving description to ontology. That's what your epistemics is. Your epistemics is the way you understand the thing that exists. Now, because when you're talking about your epistemics and ontology, you're using symbolic reasoning, i.e. language, linguistics, it's easy to conflate imagination in reality because of this. It's hard for you to conflate imagination and reality when you're just making simple observations. Like if you see a dog right in front of you, your ability to acquire, information of reality is really good. You see the dog, it's barking, it's growling at you. You're thinking about running, your adrenaline's pumping because you're aware of its existence. And because of the way that it's manifesting, you're building an epistemic model that this thing's aggressive and it might attack you. So you should run, right? And when you yell to someone, hey, this is an aggressive dog, everybody run, you're using semantics. Everybody in that area understands the words you're using and the meaning, and so they can infer what you're talking about, especially if they could see the dog you're referring to. So this is how we're having a fundamental discussion here. You have meta concepts, which are like above the concept, and you have foundational or fundamental parts of the discussion, which are what gives us justification in statements. When we say an object is hot, what justifies that statement? Is it just because it's logically coherent, or is it because it's representing a state of affairs? When you guys are saying that something exists, you're not talking about logical coherence. You're talking about the state of affairs and our relationship with that state of affairs. And so when you say God's this, that, and the other thing, and we're asking you why and can you justify that and stuff like that, you're going to need better answers for your epistemics. Because if you have no answers like you got right now, then I know you have an entirely semantical model. You're using the fact that linguistics works this way, that we construct ideas in our head linguistically with semantics. You're abusing that by constructing a narrative and then conveying that narrative to me as if it's about reality. That's called manipulation. You're telling me God's hot, and I'm like, well, did you bust out your thermometer? And you're like, no, I can't even measure it. You just know semantically that God is a thing that must be hot. It's just got to be. It's logically incoherent for it to be not hot. Because how does it melt the things, right? You're just building a narrative. And you can do that. I just did it in real time, right in your face. I just built a narrative. I just asserted it about reality. There's an eagle sitting on your chair right now. It's about to bite your neck because you didn't feed it 3 worms this morning. See how I can say things and build a narrative about reality? The question is, what does that have to do with reality? Because anybody looking at your chair is either going to see an eagle or not.
But the thing is that it's kind of logical if I'm telling you that look at this universe. Let's say someone created this universe.
Why
then
would I do
you
that?
gotta admit that who created this universe
would
is
I do
powerful.
that?
So, can I just complete? So
You can
gotta
answer my
admit that
question. Why would I assume this reality is a thing that can be created? It appears to be a thing that can't be created.
No. I'm just telling you how I'm connecting the dots. Let's
There's
say
no
let's
dot.
say
This is purely
Can I- can I-
semantic.
can I just say let's say someone created it. Let's
Hold on.
skip that part and just,
All right, look,
Yeah.
I'll help you get through this, but you got to play along with me, okay? Just preface what you're saying with something like, "Hey, would you like to play imagination game, similar to like we sit down and pretend we're sipping tea?" Ask me to do that with you, but I'm asking you about reality right now, and all you're offering me is an empty table set where we can pretend that we're sipping tea, and I just don't want to do that with you.
Okay, so you don't want to go into any conversation. If that's the case, we cannot have any
The
conversation.
conversation that I'm trying to have with you is one where you represent the ontological status of your God thing or concede that you can't do that.
But you don't accept anything, so I just can't do that with you.
I haven't accepted anything of substance from you yet. That doesn't mean I don't accept anything. I accept things. I'm a rational and reasonable person.
Hello?
You're just not meeting my standard, and you're finding
Do you guys
that
fill
to
me
be
in?
irrational.
Yeah, I hear you.
Could you guys fill me in?
Just listen, dude. You're interrupting a conversation. I'm trying to help this guy.
Sorry, guys. We're
No,
we're
I
having
couldn't.
we're having a conversation about God's existence.
Yeah, I'm asking you to
Yeah.
demonstrate it as it should have been demonstrated to you already, since you're claiming it does in fact exist. Did you not do this step? Is this something you left out? This is what
Which
I
angle
do.
do you-
Right before I tell you it is the case that something's real, I make sure that it's real.
Yeah, okay. So you know that some things you cannot see or you cannot experience, but just from seeing the consequences.
Nope, I don't accept that. I was with you. You were like, there's some things that we don't see. I was like, yeah, I was nodding my head. And then you were like, don't experience? No, I don't know the things we don't experience. I have no knowledge of those things.
Well, let's say I'm sorry if I'm.
No, hold on. I'm
intruding,
talking
but,
to Moad right now. I don't need interruptions.
What? Who
I
the
mean-
fuck do you think you are, man?
Me?
I mean, it's
Shut
okay.
the fuck up, man, or I'll mute you.
You're literally a retarded fuck bot.
Shut your bitch fucking mouth. All right, anyway, sorry for that rude ass interruption from that other guy who was spurging and losing control mode.
So well, what I was saying is that for example, you can't see your thoughts. You can't see them, but
Hold on.
you-
Does
you
anybody
see
say
the-
to you that thoughts exist in such a way that they should be visible? Is that what you heard? That thoughts are visible? Who told you that thoughts are a
No.
thing that should be visible?
I'm not saying it's visible. I'm just saying
Okay, well
that
then why?
even-
Then why are you telling me that I can't see my thoughts? Of course, they're not a thing that is visible. That's not the only way
Yeah,
to
well, I mean-
detect
I mean-
shit, man.
MRIs can kind of see them in a way.
Dude, I can feel my thoughts right now in real time. I'm feeling this one right here.
Okay. So I'm actually I was wrong about the experience part. Yeah, right. So you have to kind of experience the thing, right?
Yeah.
So
But that's step 2 though, right? You do you recognize that experiencing a thing is technically step 2? Do you know what step
yeah,
1
right.
would be?
What would it be?
A thing exists in such a capacity that it can be experienced. That's step 1. So step 1, reality is. Okay, step 2, you experience reality. Step 3, describe in your own brain, right? Your own brain does this. You don't really describe it. I shouldn't use the word describe. Construct in your brain an epistemic model of what's happening. You're coming to an understanding of the occurrence. Something is occurring, you understand what's occurring. Then step, well, what are we on, like 4, 5? The next step is semantically represent it, right? So you're sitting there. It's getting hot, right? You start feeling the hotness. You're like, damn, it's getting hot. So then you declare to the guy sitting next to the thermostat, you say, hey, man, it's hot. You say that. That's semantics. Hey, man, it's hot. That's a sound. Listen. Right? It's a sound that we're making. Hey, man, it's hot. Right? That's just a sound. Oh, wow. That sound that we're making. So we declare this sound. It's a specific semantic representation of the cognitive notion of thermals, your comfortability level, right? All that stuff. You say, yo, man, it's hot. And then the guy sitting next to the thermostat reaches up and flicks it because you've conveyed information. You primed that dude to think about it. The dude was like, yeah, it is fucking hot. So he reaches up and dials the knob to make it colder, right? You've constructed a cognition about reality, built an epistemic model inside your brain, then appealed to semantics to represent that epistemic model to the guy sitting next to the thing. You did that in such a way that it mimetically made his brain construct the same notion in his brain. He thought about it, was like, yep, and then self-actualized to turn the thermometer down. That's how proper discourse works. What you don't do is just say, hey, man, I want you to imagine that the shit's real hot inside of a building, but I want you to imagine you're not imagining it and it's real. Would you be hot in that scenario? And I'm like, yeah, I would be hot in that scenario. And then you're saying, aha, so you agree you should be sweating right now. You're making this conflation between epistemics and ontology. Trying to help you, man, but it's using a bunch of language words that you might not know about. Like I said, semantics, that's the way words mean. Epistemics is technically which words should you be using is your epistemics. And to answer that question, you appeal to the ontology. So you look at the ontology, and your experience of the ontology informs you of which words you should use to represent it. But you're representing it to me, someone who can experience the same thing. That way I can fact check your claim. Otherwise, I'm just taking your word for it, which is what you did. You took someone's word for it.
I got you.
So absent your experience, nothing you say about it's going to be justified. Because the very justification for it, you've conceded it's not there. And you think it's okay because you can give a semantic representation of what you believe. And I agree. You can give me a coherent, internally consistent representation of your imagination. I'm not asking you to do that. I can do that too. I can do that exact same thing.
Okay. So I think if we're trying to do that, I don't think anyone could prove to you God's existence
That's
in
not
that
true.
way.
Many people do. People before you have shown me God, and they've said this is God, and I've been like, okay, well, that thing is real. It doesn't mean anything, though. It's just they've shown me something that's real and said it's God.
Okay, can you tell me what did I show you?
Well, for like the case where it would be the sun, it was the sun. Like when people say like reality is God. The naturalistic pantheists believe reality is God. The panentheists believe that reality is God. They show me reality, and then they just go, "This is God," and so they've done it. They've shown me their God exists. Now, where I'm at is what makes it God. That question needs to be answered.
What do you mean? What do you mean reality is God? I mean, when you say God,
You know
what
how
is
like
God to you?
you know how you say like an apple? Is it? How do you say apple in your native tongue?
Tufaha.
Chufaha.
Yes.
Okay, you know how you have that word for apple?
Yeah.
And if anybody asks you why that word, you would just be like, well, because this thing, and that thing would be an apple.
Yeah.
Yeah, for that reason. They're saying the sun is God. Just like I say the thing is an apple. They're saying the thing is a God. And I'm saying, okay, well, I call it a sun and you call it a God. So, but we agree it's real. I'm not saying the sun's not real because you called it a God.
Yeah, I know. I just want to know what do you define God as? So, like, what is God to you? Is it does it have will, or is it intelligence, or is it just what is it? I mean, what does it mean to you when you say God?
Remember how I was talking about that word ontology? And it's
Yeah.
the nature of the thing itself.
Yeah.
So when you're asked, or if I was to ask you what you mean by God, you would give me a definition of, or you would try to give me a definition of God's ontology. That's what you would try to do. You would try to represent it to me, and that would be the definition. So, like, do you know the animal beaver?
No. What is that?
It's the one that eats the trees and turns the trees into the dam.
Wait, let me search that up. I don't know in English. Wait.
Yeah, Beaver. You probably seen him.
Yeah. He lives in the water.
Yeah, there's
and
semi-aquatic.
Also in land.
There's semi-aquatic. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it. What about it?
Right. So if you look up the definition of a beaver, it's a large rodent of the genus Castor having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, and a flattened tail, noted for its ability to dam streams and rivers. And if you ask yourself, why that definition? And that's just because those are the notable characteristics that we've come to by observing the animal. We just watched the animal, studied the animal, and over time built an epistemic model of the animal and its behaviors. Some dude then called himself a fucking beaver expert, and then he went out and made a definition. And it's a large rodent of the genus Castor having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, blah, blah, blah. Right? He's conceptualizing the nature of a beaver by cognizing the beaver. So he went out and experienced the beaver. His experience of the beaver informed him. So that's about ontology. So when you define God, you're defining God like we would define a beaver, right? You've got your definition is just a description of the God's entity. So when theists and atheists offer a definition for God, they're offering a definition for the ontology of God, the physical thing that is God. When I define God, I'm not defining that ontology. I have a completely different ontology. My definition for God represents something humans are doing, right? So the ontological nature of my God is humans, because my God is merely a definition for a sound that we make. We make sounds. I'm making a bunch of sounds right now. But the reason that you're not hearing this as sound, the reason that you're hearing this as language, wah, 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 and the wah, wahs as not language, is because there's no semantic representation for wah, 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 wah. Those sounds don't have meaning. We are not giving them meaning. But if I tell you, when I say wah, 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 that means something, then the next time I say wah, 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 that's going to mean something. So,
yeah, I know.
Right. That's semantics, how we can give meaning to sounds, to words we're making. And so for me, God is a sound, which allegedly should be a word. So my definition is a meaningless, incoherent sound we use to express our unwillingness to do a valid investigation about a natural phenomenon. So I see people use this word God in reference to things like they don't understand something, so they make this word sound, right? They go God, they just do this sound. It doesn't mean anything though. It's like a name or a title, something like that. It's a label. They give a concept or a thing. And sometimes people call things that are real God. They call it God. They go like that. They go God, right? When they're looking at a thing. And sometimes they'll go God when they're talking about a story in a book. They'll make that noise. And when they make the noise associated with the thing, I can begin to conceptualize what it is that they're actually saying. But up until they say, well, my God is the universe, or my God is Jesus, or my God is whatever, till they do that, it's just a sound. It's like wah, wah, wah. What does it mean? It means wah, wah, wah. Until I tell you wah, wah, wah means a super powerful entity that can teleport. Now, wah, wah, wah means a super powerful entity that can teleport.
Yeah. Okay.
So I see
So
atheism and theism as a language problem, not an existence problem, right? It may or may not
I
become an
kinda get
existence problem, but it's step one, it's a language problem.
I kinda get your idea, but let's not call it God. Let's just call the cause of the universe. What do you believe the cause to be?
I believe that begs the question. All I know are causal relations. I don't think there are causes. I don't think that's coherent. That's coherent in a model, but not coherent in the sense of reality. Because I would go on into say like probabilities don't exist, possibilities don't exist. The only thing that exists is the actual, and the actual can be understood, or we can infer about future states and run a calculation that would tell us what the odds are of that. But reality doesn't unfold by odds. It doesn't roll any dice. It doesn't do that. That's not a function it has. That's just a problem of our perceptions, that we can't tilt our head to the side and look perpendicular to the three spatial dimensions and see what's going to unfold through the hallway of time, if you will. This is one of the reasons why I think so many people are determinists, because we all can see how reality unfolds in a way where it really doesn't matter whether we decided or not, because even in our inability to make a decision, reality will proceed forward uninterrupted at all. It can't function in another way. It's not going to ever wait for a monkey to figure something out. It's just going to keep trudging along. And if the monkeys can't figure it out, well, they get to go extinct like 99% of the rest of animals that have ever existed. They can just go fuck themselves into the annals of your life, right? Like all the shit that's died.
Okay, but how does that answer the question itself?
Well, I don't ask those questions because I don't care about those questions. I learned that the reason I was asking any kind of those questions is because my culture was gaslighting me to feel a particular way about something. They wanted me to believe this was a coherent question, but it's not.
So you believe that nobody can answer those questions and we should not care about them?
We should interact with what we can interface with. And what we're interfaced is what we're compelled to accept, called experience.
I got you.
My experience is telling me, that the nerds have seemed to figure out a pretty good epistemic model for testing the structure and consistency of reality. And I've learned to just say whatever the nerds are saying when it comes to questions like that. But more deep philosophical questions, I think, are just left to the speculative wonderments of our kin, dude, and what the collective thinks. But that's just what it's like being a human amongst humans, thinking in human and doing human shit.
Okay. So, what do you think about religions? Do you think that, all of the miracles, for example, that Jesus did, or Moses did and all of that stuff, they were not true. They were just, how did people believe in that?
I just don't believe in magic, dude. And dude, honestly, if you don't know how to wipe your ass, I really don't care about your fucking opinion. And people from the Bronze Age didn't know how to wipe their ass. So I just generally reject every known thought from the Bronze Age except for like 0.01% of all monkey ideas from the Bronze Age can literally burn in a fire and die. Like, they're all trash ideas. They're garbage. They only work as they exist as a foundation for better thought. That we tried and we did it really hard, but we were still dead wrong because we were so oblivious and ignorant to reality. And I think we're in a much better position only a couple of thousand years later because of what the nerds have done. And I think when you readdress these questions and stuff, you get better answers in that we just don't know. And so there's no reason to speculate. But the problem is that I know that's not a good enough answer for people like you, because you need the emotional attachment, because you were gaslit to believe that you're going to get magic happy land and stuff like that. And you feel like my philosophy or other philosophies are trying to take that from you because it's a protective binky that you have. But the thing is we're not trying to take anything from you. We're actually trying to instill your brain with better memetics or better ways to think. But it's just really hard because of the cultural barrier that we have. We have a language barrier, which doesn't seem that big of a problem. But there's definitely going to be a cultural barrier.
I mean, not about cultural barrier, but I just, I mean, I have some kind of proof, I guess, to the truth of my religion. So I'm Muslim. I mean, I don't think it's gonna convince you, whatever. But when I look at the history of the Prophet Muhammad, I see that he was illiterate. He didn't know how to read and write.
Yeah, that's a
And
story,
yes,
though, man. I could tell you stories too, dude.
but yeah, I mean, you gotta believe in it to an extent. So for example, why do you believe in
I
the
don't have to give a shit
War
about
One?
history. I don't have to. Look, if I say World War I didn't exist, what does that change about reality? Does that mean there's an Eiffel Tower or not? Do we have an Eiffel Tower? Well, we have an Eiffel Tower.
No, but
right. So it's not going to matter if World War I didn't happen because I say so. Like, it's just on my merit alone. Doesn't matter. I can be wrong about shit, dude. My head is chock full of shit that's wrong. It's just your head is. Everybody's fucking you. It's not the end of the world to be wrong about something. And when it comes to history and who existed in the past, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. People existed. We know that. They were people. They had penises and vaginas, and they clearly
yeah,
came together.
why doesn't it matter? Let's say, for example, God does exist.
It
And there is
matters. It does matter in a certain sense. What I'm saying is whether we're wrong about it. Like, let's say it ain't true that my first president wasn't George Washington. Maybe it was Peter Dickhead, but nobody liked his name, right? So he only served for like 3 minutes, and then George Washington took over, and we don't know about Peter Dickhead, right? We never, but it's just we're lied to, right? The second president of the United States is George Washington. It doesn't matter because we still have Trump right now. It doesn't change reality. History is history.
I know.
It is what it is.
I know.
And all we have is a best guess towards what happened. If we're wrong about it, so fucking what? I'm not worried about history. I'm not discounting the history of Muhammad, the history of Jesus, the history of any of these fucking guys. What I'm discounting is magic. So when you say, oh yeah, this dumb guy was in a cave and he talked to a wizard that fucking gave him, I lose you because I don't believe in magic in that. But dude, if you stopped at a dumb guy in a cave, wrote some shit, and it's the Quran, fine, whatever, I got you. But you say a wizard told him, right? And it's like at that point, it's just like, dude, I can't.
What do you mean wizard? What do you mean wizard?
Jibril? It's Sky Wizard.
It's not a wizard. It's an angel.
I understand. You call it an angel. I call it a wizard, dude.
Okay, so it's just words, as you say?
What?
You say it's just words.
It's a story, but I don't care if it's true or not. Look, If your God exists and it's got a problem with something I'm doing, it can tell me
But
itself.
wait, what do you mean you don't care? I mean, this
Yeah,
is kind of
care.
important.
It's not important to me at all. I'm not afraid of wizards, bro.
No, I'm telling you. Let's say it is true. Let's say it is true.
I don't care. I'm gonna look your wizard in the face and be like, look, dude, I didn't believe in wizards. Wizards were fucking retarded. I understand they're real now, fucking wizard, right? But it's your fault. That's what I'm gonna tell it. You're a fucking idiot. You didn't do it right. You made the world seem like wizards were retarded. I believed that wizards were retarded. You were described as a wizard. So I logically concluded that wizards aren't real. And you know what he'll do? He'll look me dead in the eye. He'll pick me up by my little face, my little monkey face, and I'll grab it. Right? I'll grab his finger and shit because that's all he could really fit. He'll pull me up to him and he'd be like, "You are correct, monkey." And he'll set me down in the afterlife, bro, because that's how he created reality. He created reality to be such a way that we would reject him, right? And then, oh shit, my murderer just showed up. The guy just killed me. Is you. Now you're there and you're looking at your God and he's like, why did you believe in me? Yeah. And you'll be like, dude, look, I understand that reality was like way on the other side of you existing, but I believed in the Quran and I believed anyway. And then God will be like, yes, I know. And I hate dumb people. And then he'll grab you by your face and like send you to hell for believing in him, even though he went out of his way to make reality look like he wasn't real. So how about them apples, dude? What about that cosmic dice you're fucking rolling right there? Because doesn't reality look like it doesn't need a God thing? That's how it looks to me. I see like water fall and shit, and it just happens because gravity, not because the cosmic sky wizard's over going, water fall, yeah. Or however you conceptualize God's hand and, you know, all shit or whatever sky wizards do. I don't know how to properly represent sky wizard. I know how to properly represent physics, right? That water just falls because, you know, it goes down, right? That's physics, bro. Right? So I can say that shit.
What if someone performed a miracle in front of you, and he told you that this is from God? Like, would you believe that?
I don't know what you're saying, dude. Listen, what if I did some gay shit, like I tickled your butthole, but instead of getting mad, you fucking liked it, bro?
I'm just.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Hypothetical.
I'm just saying. Let's say I asked you for a lime right across the counter, and you reached over the counter, and I took that opportunity to tickle your butthole, dude, and you felt it, and you were like, ooh, right? You liked it, right? You started liking it. Would you ask me for more, bro?
No, I would beat you.
Yeah, you don't want to just engage in the hypothetical. Would you ask me for more though?
Yeah, I'm giving you the answer. I would beat you, bro.
That's inconsistent. You liked it, dude. In the hypothetical, you liked it. Why would you hit me over something you were enjoying?
Oh my god, bro.
Engage with the hypothetical where you're hyper gay for my dick, bro. Just engage with the
I'm just giving you saying something that is not.
I'm just giving you a hypothetical, bro. I'm just giving you a hypothetical. It's just a hypothetical,
no, this is not.
bro.
This is not consistent with my character. I'm asking you about your character.
I understand that, but it's just a hypothetical. Just put yourself in hypothetical land where you're completely gay for my dick. Like you want it to the point you're drooling.
If I liked it, then that's not me.
It's a hypothetical, so you can't engage with the hypothetical. Well, you're being unfair. If you can't engage with the hypothetical, then you're just being irrational.
You've put me in. No, you've put me in a situation.
Yeah, you're building the same hypothetical.
I told you my.
You're building the same hypothetical.
My reaction.
You're building the same hypothetical. Yeah, I hear you.
I'm just asking for.
I'm cutting to the chase. I'm cutting to the chase. You're building the same hypothetical.
I'm just asking for your reaction based on your character.
I'm just asking you to be gay in my hypothetical. Just be gay in my hypothetical. Super gay for my dick.
Why don't you just want to answer? I already answered.
I am. I'm giving you a counter hypothetical that's just as unbalanced. I'm asking you to assume that which you don't already assume to be true, and then conclude that I'm right.
No, can you just listen? I already told.
I did. That's how I came up with my hypothetical.
Did you?
No, just listen. I told you how I would react, but you didn't tell me how you would react.
You didn't tell me how you would react.
I told you I would beat you.
No, that violates the parameters of the hypothetical. I said you're super slobbery for my dick. That was
No,
a
because
parameter in the hypothetical.
I told you. Listen, I told you.
Dude, it
if
doesn't
you,
make any sense that you would violently assault me like that. That doesn't logically follow.
No, just listen. I didn't tell you, for example, if someone performed a miracle in front of you and you did
Yes,
believe
you
it.
did.
I
That's
didn't
the gay
say, and
shit
you
right
did.
there. That's the gay shit right
I,
there.
I
You
didn't
said,
say.
hey,
Would
just
you
imagine a
did
man
believe it.
tickles your butthole. That's what you said right there. That's the first
Okay,
tickling of my anus.
okay. Let's say a man tickle your butthole. What do you do?
A man tickles my. Well, what did he tickle it for?
What do you do? Just what would you do? You don't know. You don't need
Well, I
to know
need more
what.
context. Did I ask him to tickle my butthole, or did he do it against my will?
No, I mean, based on you know yourself, what would you do? Would you like it or would you
I
beat
need
him?
more information, dude. Is this an alien and I have no choice? I'm just face down, ass up, and there's just I just
Okay,
have to take
okay.
it?
You're just
I'm
going
engaging with
through
the
this.
hypothetical. I'm just asking for some more information. You're just saying, hey,
You're
your butt
sitting,
is
okay.
being tickled.
You're sitting, you're sitting in a restaurant, and some dude just came up. You don't know him, and he just started tickling your butthole.
Oh yeah, I would call on Square Circle Man. He would appear. He would shoot his beam and delete reality, and then we would all be fucked.
Oh my god, bro!
That's what I would do.
You really can't imagine
I just
hypothetical
did.
situations.
That's my imagination, dude. That's what I did. Your dude's dead, and everybody else is too. Sucks, man. You shouldn't have fucked with me in my hypothetical, man. Like, this is what happens when you cross streams with the guy that's got imagination too, and he's not afraid to use it. See?
Okay.
You see?
I see nothing.
Yeah, because you're not being reasonable, dude. You're asking me to assume your magic shit's real, and how would I feel about it? How would you feel if the magic shit was real, right? Would you tremble in your boots? And I'm just like, look, dude, I don't believe in wizards, but yeah, I guess so. If a necromancer teleported into my place right now with like 6 or 7 zombies threatening to fuck my shit up, and I didn't have immediate access to my firearms, yeah, it'd be fucking, shit would be scary as fuck. I'd probably dive right out a goddamn window, hoping I didn't cut myself and run like fuck, dude. Wouldn't you? I mean, like, what else? I mean, look, you could be like, well, he teleported, and I'd be like, yeah, you're right, but I feel better out here than in there, right? That in that house is now fucking condemned with the fucking necromancer and 7 fucking undead demons. Fuck that place, right? Epistemics, bro. You got to be adaptable, right? You got to go with the current information. Right now, there's no wizards. Wizards are not here, as far as I can tell. As far as I can tell, dude, like, here's the thing. You want to know what a miracle looks like? I'll tell you exactly what a miracle looks like.
What does it look like?
All right, so check this out, dude. Check this out. Check it out. So if you go find the first turd that you can find, that's a miracle. Now let me explain it to you. A few seconds ago, some weird shit happened with quantum mechanics, and a turd somewhere, the closest turd to you, just completely destabilized and wiped out half the fucking planet, bro. That much energy was released, okay? However, because God's dope as fuck, he went back in time, fixed the turd so it doesn't quantum gigolate and go super hypernova and wipe out half the planet. And so God just went back and kind of like nudged the turd a little bit. Now it's different, and it doesn't do that. So you look around, it's all a fucking miracle, dude, because that turd didn't vaporize everything. So what does a miracle look like? It looks like nothing, anything you want it to be. Just looks like that. That's not a good word, bro. That's a shitty word. That's too ambiguous of a word, bro. Miracles got to be specific things. They can't be like anything. And when, you know, everything can be evidence of, you just like, well, I didn't go supernova, right? And I'd be like, yeah, I did. And you'd be like, well, how do you know it shouldn't have? And you'd be like, right, I don't know how it shouldn't have, you know, Schrodinger's cat a fucking, you know, atom bomb in the middle of nowhere, right? I can't prove that. It's stupid, though. That's sophistry, bro. That's why nominal reality will always trump logical reality.
I kind of get your idea, but okay, let's say prophecy is being real. Isn't that something that would be considered as a miracle?
I don't know,
That
dude.
kind of ignores the whole point.
How do I
About
know
the
that's just not
butthole, or-
aliens fucking around, dude? Like aliens just know shit because when you time travel here, they can't they get crunch time. They see time in like a crystal lens or some shit. So they see an angle to time like as they're traveling here. It like condenses reality so they know future and past events when they arrive and shit. And they can unpack that in some like quantum super state with a cool ass fucking alien computer and be all like prophetic and shit down here on our planet. How do you know? How do you know that like superluminal travel doesn't, crystallize space-time, bro? How do you know that shit? You don't know that shit.
Okay. So, so you have so many imaginations. You can't.
You know what I don't have to imagine? Where down is, or whether things are hot, or like can my balls sit on it, right? These are things that I just do it, right? And if it works, it works. Very pragmatic, bro. You're talking about whether or not a particular monkey teleports to Magic Happy Land when it dies. It's ridiculous.
What do you think you're gonna go when you die?
Me personally, probably like downhill, like then it'll rain a little bit and I'll get like shoved downhill more, and then like parts of my shirt will like flake off, and like maybe some coyotes will eventually find me, and like probably start with the asshole. If I was a coyote, that's where I'd start, as the asshole. So they like probably rip me in half and shit and just start eating me, and then some fucking rancher looking for his lost cow or some shit find me. They won't know what happened, but he'll find a pretty sweet message and shit, some shit left behind. But where he takes my bones, I have no idea. I imagine the coyotes, like, when they eat me, they'll just go off and shit me out somewhere. But then part of me will, like, make up that coyote, so that's pretty dope if you think about it. I'm just a transient function, dude. I'm borrowing reality right now. I didn't take anything. My deficit's 0. Because none of this shit belongs to me. I'm just using it. It was here long before this transient function had control of a meat sack, dude.
Well, I think all of these possibilities you're giving me, they're kind of not aligned with what we live in. What do we live with right now? You're saying aliens. What if it's aliens? What if it's that? What if it's that?
No, I'm not saying what if anything, dude. I'm saying look at it. I ain't saying what if. I'm saying look at it. I'm telling you that I can what if. I just don't find what ifing worth the time. I think it's better to just point at stuff and tell people to look at it.
What do you mean exactly? So you said you only believe in when you experience stuff when it's high. You say, "Oh, it's high. I shouldn't do that because I already experienced that," and stuff like that.
Yeah. What's
Also,
wrong with that?
Do you look at it with your eyes, or what? What do you mean look at it?
Like you look at it.
Well, what if I look at it
How
with
else
my
do you look?
ears?
What if you look at it with your mind through dimethyltryptamine?
Bro, you're looking at all of reality with your mind. What do you mean?
Not necessarily. I don't think you're looking at all reality at all.
You are. You. Hear the emphasis?
95% of the universe is not observable.
No, I'm saying you. The first person situation you got going on with you, the word you. It's all you can do is experience it. What are you talking about? You got experience and you got wait, what's the opposite of experience? You got experience and then yeah, nothing. I got nothing.
Imagination?
Nope. Imagination's part of experience, dude. When I was making up all that shit about Square Circle Man, that was all imagination. That was actually real though, because it was happening in reality. So my monkey ass was thinking some dumb shit. That's reality. That's what was happening at that time. If you tilt your head perpendicular to the 3 dimension, you'll see it's still happening. Well, it's about to. It's not really happening at that angle. It's weird, but it's there.
Perpendicular to the 3rd dimension? And that,
Yeah,
well,
time.
inside and out. The 4th, no, well, time is the 5th dimension.
No, it's the 4th dimension.
Actually, inside and outside of the 3rd dimension is the 4th
Actually, it's the 4th dimension.
Well, I mean, I've been there, so I know.
So there's
Been to
3
the 4th
spatial
dimension.
dimensions plus the time dimension. That's the 4th dimension. You're talking about
4th
alien
dimension is-
abduction, and that's the 4th kind.
4th dimension is inside and outside of the 3rd dimension. I've been there. I know
Retarded, man.
Dude,
Alien, why are you like
Uh,
this?
you
Dude?
don't
You've been like this
what-
for
it's like you're not-
years, man.
I don't come here very often.
No, but your brain has worked like this for that long. Like, when are you gonna fix it, dude? I've been offering you the memes to fix your shit for like nearly a decade, dude. You know that?
Okay, offer me it now.
I've been.
I'll take it. What is it? How can I fix my shit? 'Cause I really need to.
Everything I am saying is designed to unfuck your brain, dude.
Have you ever done DMT?
No, I'm not retarded.
Okay, then you know a little bit.
I have, and I think what you're saying is nonsense.
How much have you done DMT?
It's outside and inside of sense.
'Cause
I've done
DMT
plenty.
I've done it every day for the last 4 years. So
It's probably the
Are you on
problem,
DMT
dude.
now?
no, I'm not a noob.
Dude, stop
Trust me.
fucking with your brain. It ain't meant for that. It's cool to take a ride every now and again, dude, but holy shit, dude.
I mean, you've never done it, so you.
Bro, I have done more psychedelics than I know what to shake my balls at. And I don't know what the fuck that even means, but I've done a lot of psychedelics. No, I've never done DMT, but I've done a lot of psychedelics, and all drugs do is make you more retarded. That's it. This is why when you look at like Nobel Prize laureates and shit like that, not a single one of them cite doing a bunch of drugs and aping the fuck out as, you know, why they got the shit done. It was always being a fucking nerd, some straight edge person, probably don't even fucking drink alcohol, just sitting there geeking the fuck out on nerd shit for like 10 fucking years, and then writes the most drab, fucking boring ass fucking explanation of reality until some other nerd dumbs that shit down enough for Neil deGrasse Tyson to understand it. Then he says some shit that normal people fucking understand. The nerds don't just sit there and fucking do a bunch of fucking DMT and figure shit out. None of the shit we have figured out came from doing drugs. Creativity may be, you may be able to say create. I would never doubt the creative factor of drugs, dude. If you're like, yeah, I got super creative on DMT one time, I'd be like, yeah, I don't doubt it. You probably did some really creative shit, but what you didn't do was cure cancer, figure out how to come up with the fucking, you know, lower mass ratio than the fucking shit that we got now with fuels and stuff. You haven't done shit. You haven't done nothing. You haven't cured any like herpes or nothing. You guys do fucking nothing. You just sit there and drool, and you feel like your brain's expanded, and they haven't. They've just cracked more.
My friend had tinnitus for 25 years, and he did DMT.
Oh my
now
fucking
it's-
god, dude!
now it's gone.
Do you know what tinnitus is? Do you even know what it is?
It's a ringing in your ear.
No, wrong.
I mean, I've never experienced it before, so I don't know exactly what it is. All I know is my friend had tinnitus for 25 years. He did DMT twice, and now it's gone.
Tinnitus is a brain disorder.
How come he
Usually
didn't do
caused by
tinnitus
damage.
or do DMT, fixes tinnitus, and then cure cancer? How come? It makes him so smart. Where's your friend?
I mean, I don't know.
Make you
You
smart.
have to ask him. I don't know.
Fucking dude, it's a drug. You're altering your perception of reality. That doesn't make you that. Just, if anything, it makes you stupider, dude. It's fun to be dumb. That's why we do alcohol, right? You ever feel like more like a genius when you do alcohol? No, you feel like a dumbass.
You have DMT in every living cell in your body.
God, you got dick in every cell in your mouth, bro.
You're not
Did
an
you know
enjoyable
that?
person to talk to.
Did you know that
So
we
you're
could
not,
take a cell culture of every cell in your mouth, culture a whole ass human being,
is that the best?
sever
Is that the best you
part
can do?
of them, which would
Is
be
that the
penis,
is
concentrate
that the
all of
best you can
that
do, dude?
penis, take all
Is that
those
the best you can
penile
do?
cells, turn them back into pluripotent stem cells, reclone a
Is
whole
that it?
another dude, and make an infinite amount of dicks from the cells in your
Is
mouth,
that
bro.
it? Dude? Is that it? Is that your argument? Is that the best thing you got?
That's premise one. Let's see, premise two. What do I
It's
want for premise two?
it's less than optimal.
I just don't know what you want me to say, dude. I'm trying to say, all the nice things for you, but you just don't seem to appreciate it.
Have you cured cancer? What have you done?
I have cured everything, dude.
Okay, right.
I am an omni-level god being, dude, transcended down to monkey form to communicate with my lessers before I breed you all for consumption. My tentacles shall writhe in your ashes.
Talking to you is counterproductive. See you later.
At this point, yeah. That's what you get, man. Fucking nerd. Oh shit, dude, Singer, I didn't see you texting there. Sorry. Guess you were listening. Yeah, Square Circle Man's dope as fuck, dude.
Prove it. America! One double cheeseburger with some extra damn fries, man. With some cheese on it. Sorry, guys. I'll see you later.
Wow.
Wow.
Howdy. Stop. Guess I'm trading Disco tunes with my sister.
Trotskyist UFOs were landed to Chile after the takeover of Pinochet in 1973. When Pinochet took over,
Trans, is the lead singer your type on this one? I don't know, I'm trying to skirt the edges there.
What was that?
Trying to skirt the edges of your taste.
My music
What do
taste?
you think of the lead singer in this?
Hold on, let me see. I don't really like metal, but it's a cool song. Ramanama Doo Doo.
Have you heard of the Wishmaster cover?
No.
That one's, I think, better than the original.
I like the song, this metal song where they're like for for the Lord, for the something. And then it's like it's very good. Forgot how the
Yeah, I think
lyrics go.
this one's way better.
For the king, for the something. God, this fucking cow.
Have you heard Highlander? Have you heard that song?
Highlander?
Yeah. It's famous for this like one solo.
Can you show it to me? Maybe I'll remember it.
The one. It's a really long song. It's only like meant for like one solo, but just because it's like the person's this is like characteristic hair metal where the person singing is like soprano. The soprano dudes
The Sopranos, the
singing metal.
actual actors.
Well, it's like he starts kind of like tenor, but goes straight to a soprano during like right at the end. Yeah, went from tenor to alto.
Singer, you should be able to, if like you're a member of the server, you should just be able to post it in there, but just make sure I know your name or whatever, so I don't do friendly fire or whatever. Oh, okay. That's cool. Igtheist comments, that's great. You don't mind if I use it? Sweet, thanks, dude. That's actually pretty funny.
Hello.
Prove it.
I gotta ask a quick question. Is there like any other Discord call in the server that has